technologies, regulatory trends.
Represent responsible media has the great potential to harness technological development as a resource that serves democratic societies. In order to achieve this, we must recognize the risks and be resilient. Our ability to be guarantor of the security of supply. We live in a world where we can no longer even trust the things we see or hear ourselves. The potential of artificial intelligence seems unlimited. The ability to produce reliable information and content that supports people's ability to cope mentally is a crucial issue for societies in these times. It is therefore important that technological development should leave enough room for responsible media actors, such as public broadcasting companies. The core of our thinking at YLE is that the possibilities of using AI must be examined on the basis of YLE's values. This means that the use of AI must be reliable, independent, and respectful of human dignity. This means, for example, that we must have control over the tools we use. The journalistic decision-making authority must be retained in all circumstances by the editor-in-chief. It is for this reason that YLE is preparing its own principles of AI responsibility. I will now present a few examples of how AI can be used as a tool to provide a better public service. First, we can make our content available to more people. We are constantly developing content recommendations algorithms based on public service values. While a commercial streaming service will try to offer you another similar kind of program after watching something already, the public service algorithm also considers what kind of content you have not yet thought to look for. There is much talk how algorithms create bubbles, but algorithms can in fact also be used to break them. This is one part of the hope as well. YLE is also developing technology for converting text into sound. This is a very simple way of using artificial intelligence, but its significance is enormous. We can finally offer all our text content to be visually impaired. This, if anything, is an excellent public service and efficient use of tax resources. AI also helps us to provide better service in minority languages. In the spring of 2022, YLE responded immediately to the migration of Ukrainian refugees caused by Russian invasion, and since then we have also translated our news content into Ukrainian with the aid of AI. Second, AI helps us assess how effectively our content meets our goals. We are currently building a tool to assess all content produced by YLE and better understand to whom we are giving a voice in our content. Artificial intelligence helps us understand whether our content provides a sufficiently diverse view of the world, or are we just reinforcing stereotypes? For example, when a news article is about economy, immigration, or families with children. It is important to note that the development of AI is not just a question of individual tools being brought to the market. It is also about the massive restructuring of the public digital space. Recently, there has been a lot of news about how China's TikTok platform has increased its importance as an arena for political debate. This raises the question as to whether we in Europe want the platforms on which our democracy depends to be made in China or other authoritarian countries. YLE is involved in an ambitious project that aims to create generative artificial intelligence based on the European language model. That is open and thus a tool to support new innovations. The whole world went crazy when OpenAI's ChatGPT was launched. People were quite astonished by how well the machine was able to answer their questions, although not that right anyway, but some questions and poems and whatever, and it was possible. However, that ChatGPT is a closed language model that only makes a limited contribution to the broader technological development. We also need open language models because without them, the fruits of the technological revolution were enjoyed by only a few giant companies. The threat is that Finland and many other small language regions will remain at the tail end of development. And this is not just about language. By defending the status of our language in the development of AI, we are strongly protecting our culture and lifestyle. It is clear that the development of AI in an authoritarian country is based on a very different set of values than the development of AI in a democratic society. Speaking about AI, I believe that we need to proceed the innovations ahead, then the regulations surely will follow. Otherwise, we may not take all the use and all the best of the technological revolution which AI is and will be. This provides us hope as well. Dear listeners, I would like to emphasize that AI is no longer only a question of possibilities, but also a question of necessity for responsible media actors such as YLE. In addition to being able to use AI, we also have to do so because AI is here to stay. People are increasingly exposed to AI-enhanced digital services and expect the same convenience from us. It is important for YLE to explore, experiment, and understand AI. Only then we will be able to influence the development of the sector and support the role of Western values in it. Also, while evolving as users of AI, we are developing our ability to identify AI abuse and expose the abuse to the public. Last week, we heard encouraging news when the annual digital news report by the University of Oxford's Reuters Institute was published. The study compared the use of news media in 46 countries. The news in Finland is the most trusted of all countries, and YLE is the most trusted news media in Finland. 87% of Finns trust the news presented by YLE. One of the strengths in Finnish media is that people are accustomed to use the media's own applications and websites. However, the position of social media as a news source is growing. The report says that in the age of group of 18 to 24 years people, the percentage of those using social media as their main news source has now, for the first time, surpassed those going directly to the news pages. So, in order to remain relevant in everyday lives of teenagers and young adults, we at the YLE must seriously consider that we can learn from social media companies and how we can maintain presence of the platforms where people tend to spend time. The shift in media use from traditional platforms to the internet increasingly highlights the need to provide people with certainty and stability in the midst of the confusion. This offers a major opportunity for reliable media brands such as YLE to further define their meaningful mission in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your keynotes. Then I would like to direct your attention to our participant online who will give the second keynote, Tobias Bornake, the chairman of the Nordic think tank for tech and democracy. Give him a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm just trying to share my screen. And this is always the exciting moment when you find out if people can hear you and they can see your screen. Are you seeing anything now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to present here today. I'm afraid the invitation came a little too late for me to be there physically, but I really wish to discuss many of the things with you. But I've heard that other people will take some of our ideas on. My name is Tobias Bornake. I'm the co-founder of the company Analysis and Numbers, where I, together with 30 other colleagues, map hate speech, extremism, and foreign disinformation across the Nordic region. But last year, I've also chaired the Nordic Think Tank for Tech and Democracy, an initiative underneath the Nordic Council of Ministers tasked to develop recommendations for how the Nordic government should protect our digital democracy against big tech. So the think tank has consisted of 30 media experts and researchers from all over the Nordic countries. Last month, we presented the fruit of our work for the Nordic cultural ministers. We had 11 recommendations for how to unite the Nordic region, and we're now awaiting how the Nordic Council of Ministers want to proceed. Already, however, the Danish government has announced that they will implement 5 of the recommendations and have granted around 6 million euros to the implementation. So with the hope to inspire other countries to join their initiatives and do it at a very practical, limited time frame today, I will in the following present the 3 most important recommendations that with some minor adjustments are now being implemented by the Danish government. So our first and most interesting recommendation for me to see is to make digital law enforcement. As most of you probably know, the 1st of January, EU have given us a constitution for how to protect our digital public space, the Digital Service Act of the DSA. Going forward, in the think tank, we expect the DSA to become as critical for our digital public conversation as the GDPR has become for privacy. While certainly not perfect, the DSA represents our history's first serious legal attempt to address some very diverse problems for our democratic debate. The spread of illegal content online, the upholding of our digital freedom of expression, discrimination against select groups, spread of mis- and disinformation, and potentially harm towards children and youth. But why do we need a Nordic think tank to develop recommendations if almost all tech legislation covering the public debate is now handled by the EU? For the moment, high-level EU parliamentarians and civil servants close to the process are nervous if the act is going to be sufficiently enforced. In other words, if we want to secure that the DSA is enforced also in our part of the world, we need to assist the EU Commission in discovering our problems. Our first recommendation is therefore that the Nordic countries should unite and establish a Nordic Centre for Tech and Democracy. The centre should identify the most vital cases violating the EU law and make sure that these cases reach the EU Commission. And it should ensure that the Nordic countries get a strong voice in deciding what degrees of risk we are willing to accept online rather than leaving the decision to the tech giants. A reasonable question here would be, why a Nordic tech region? And in Denmark, we have made several attempts the last few years to actually change the path of tech and the big tech giants. Our conclusion is that alone we are too small and our politics are too optimistic. We get too much into like one case and then we forget the big picture. We have also seen some really good work from EU who have been setting the ground rules, but it's also really slow and our democratic challenges are too different. So basically our analysis is that while we have something similar causes the EU, we also have differences between the democratic problems in, for example, Denmark and Bulgaria. But uniting 28 million citizens sharing quite similar values from the welfare state and democracies, we believe might be right. We also see this Nordic Centre as a way of specializing and building expertise within specifically areas that are of great importance to us. One such specialization will likely be children's well-being, which the DSA also offers attention. Researchers around this area is not 100% conclusive, but we are seeing extremely worrying development in especially young girls' mental well-being across the entire Western civilization. And the numbers, just to be clear, is chilling. I've brought some along here. In the think tank, we believe that the increasing evidence of a negative impact that will reach a point where we simply, from a principle of precautionarity, need to act. We therefore recommend that the Nordic countries work towards establishing obligatory age verification on platforms with content are not deemed acceptable for children. So today, all the big social media platforms have age limitations on their usage, but it's not being enforced. And we want to force them to actually enforce these lines that they're setting themselves. Further, we recommend to work towards establishing obligatory parental controls for minors using social media platforms. For example, we suggest that all underage accounts on social media platforms should come with a default time limit of, for example, an hour that can only be increased by a parent. Through such mechanism, we are moving some responsibility away from both the children and the parents, while not blocking the children's right to information, since the time limit can quickly be lifted should the parent think that their little Jonathan needs more time on TikTok. A few months ago, we saw the election in Brazil. And like any other election in Brazil, we saw that disinformation played a crucial role on both sides of the struggle. However, one thing had changed. When the researchers like me working with disinformation found big networks of disinformation bots sharing inauthentic content about the election, they sent it into Twitter as they've done the other times. However, this time, the results came back because the email had been closed down. Basically, Elon Musk had fired the entire Brazil team just before the election, deciding that this was not essential. Our conclusion in the think tank is that this is not acceptable. We cannot trust and rely on the tech giants to decide for themselves what basic needs we need to protect our democratic conversation. The last many years, big tech have increasingly blocked independent researchers' access to the algorithms and platforms. The EU's DSA, however, now requires that the tech giants hand over data. If a researcher wants to investigate whether a platform spreads illegal content, limits the freedom of expression, discriminates against select groups, spread misinformation, or is harmful to minors, the tech giants must now allow access to the necessary data to study this phenomenon. This is truly a milestone. The members of the think tank, however, fear that the tech giants will try to make it as difficult as possible to get insight into their problems through bureaucratic processes and irrelevant technical requirements. We therefore recommend that a Nordic office is established to support our researchers in the bureaucratic struggle to get access to the data that they now have a rightful claim to. This office now constitutes a cost reduction, since it will help us secure free data to the hundreds of current Nordic research projects that today is one of the most efficient tools for keeping an eye on the platforms of the tech giant. So the three recommendations I just discussed and presented have all been followed up by the Danish state that are now going to implement them. One last that has not been implemented, but I wanted to share here today because it's of great importance, is our recommendation regarding generative AI. We are quite sure that generative AI will revolutionize our life. However, one of its most dangerous sides of the technology is its potential use as a weapon in the ongoing information war. What we are facing in a revolution, similar to replacing the front-loaded rifle with a machine gun. We are already witnessing the first attacks outside the Nordic countries. Armies of many thousand fake accounts can now spread false information and hate speech towards critical journalists and competing politicians, while hiding behind AI-generated profile images and posting AI-generated content that normal citizens can no longer recognize as fake. So just to stress the seriousness of this problem and underline that this is not just another attempt to join the AI hype, I can add that this was actually our first recommendation, developed long before the current hype of generative AI hit the news. For us who spent our working lives fighting Russian disinformation campaigns towards our democratic conversation and elections, we look at this new enemy with disbelief. We therefore recommend to set up a provisional Nordic task force. The task force should follow this technological and global development around generative AI and disinformation in the decisive upcoming years, and on this background continue to suggest possible countermeasures to protect our public conversation. So to the right, I have a picture from the movie Remnants, and this is not a very good movie, so I won't suggest you to watch it. It's basically about a dystopian where the world has been flooded and human lives in small areas that are high enough not to be flooded. I believe that this is quite a good image of how the future is going to be like. We'll have so much synthetic or fake data that are generated by AI flooding our internet. And we'll have to find ways of leaving it out for some areas where the democratic discussion exists, to decide that in this area, we only want humans to participate. And this is one of the countermeasures that I think would take quite some time to agree on, because it's also breaking with many of our values about a free, open internet. That was what I decided to bring today. I hope I was told that you maybe have one or two questions, so if we have time for that, I will start. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your keynote. Tobias has kindly offered to take one or two questions, so please do come forward. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello. Okay, I can be heard. Hello, I'm Maria Lipinska. I'm from the University of Warsaw. I'm a researcher of disinformation online, so I know the topic. So I'm interested, how do you monitor the web in cases of disinformation provided by the AI? We know that some detection systems are not perfect in cases of showing which items are generated by AI. And even though we have Detect GPT and things like that, in the future it might be a serious problem. What is your answer for those issues? How we can prevent people from following this misinformation in the online world? Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very interesting question. And my depressing answer is that I don't believe that we can. I'm really skeptical that we will be able to detect AI in the future. We have made some studies of these new detection algorithms that the tech giants are putting out to be able to verify that this is actually made by an AI. And most of them work worse than by simply throwing a coin and guessing. So we are really skeptical. We have, for the last 5 years, professionally worked by detecting disinformation, and here we have a lot of tools today to detect it, but we're seeing these tools becoming obsolete, and I'm fearing, and this is not a future that I want to go into, it's just to stress, it's a future where I'm afraid that we might end up in a future where we will simply have to say, you have to verify as a human to be on some parts of the internet, because otherwise we won't be able to have a democratic conversation. We'll simply be flooded by AIs participating and trying to move us in a certain direction.
Thank you very much. There's another question from the floor, please.
My name is Jacques Beglinger. I'm co-secretary of the Swiss IGF, which we had last week. We deducted and found out part of our messages that one of the important things about countering the threats of generative AI is just teaching the population. Did you also address this particular thing, how to teach people, population, what it is before taking just countermeasures?
Yes, so one of our recommendations is to step up digital literacy. That's another recommendation that I didn't have time to talk about today. And we also have a recommendation regarding fake news detection, facta checker. And I certainly believe that we should continue moving these directions. This is already happening and has been happening for the last many years. But I also believe that we are now witnessing a change in how the AI and generative, their possibilities, the weapons of our enemies, have just become so strong that I'm really skeptical that teaching my young daughter how to detect AI and detect disinformation is actually going to work in the future. And maybe I'm too depressing, I'm too pessimistic. I'm sorry about that. But as a professional who have been working with this for many, many years, it just seems like we're losing the battle.
Thank you very much. I fear that we're nearing the end of the time. Perhaps we can have one more question if anybody's wanting to ask a question. Is there anything that is happening online?
Nope, not at the moment.
There are no questions online. So thank you so much, Tobias, for joining us here. You read a little bit about your recommendations, and perhaps you could also share that with us so that we can add that to the EuroDIG wiki, so that those who were asking about the recommendations and as well about the fake news one that you mentioned, then can have another read about it. I really appreciate you answering these questions, so thank you very much. Please give him an applause. But then we'll go straight into subtopic 1, virtual worlds, but real risks, navigating metaverses as a next generation of digital platforms. And I would like to welcome the moderator, Maria Lipinska, who's a student at the University of Warsaw.
Hello, I'm Maria Lipinska, and I'm the moderator of this special session called Virtual Worlds, but Real Risks, Navigating Metaverses as Next Generation of Digital Platforms. Firstly, we kindly invite you to take part in our poll about risks that are connected with the metaverses. To take part, you can scan it or write the link that's behind me. You can do it by your smartphone or your laptop. It's a short poll that contains 2 questions. Can we get the link of the Mentimeter, please? Because I see only the question and the answers. We need the QR code for the public to take part in it. Yeah, that you can see now are questions that you have to answer in the Mentimeter. Okay, so at the top of the slide you can see the link. Yeah, those questions will help us later to moderate the discussion. We want to talk about metaverses because we believe that with high probability platforms will evolve in virtual worlds, and that's why we have to discuss it. Now I will introduce the speakers of the session, who are Fabrizio Benigni, Head of Unit Digital Economy at European Commission, Sarah Nicole from Project Liberty McCourt Institute. Welcome. And the last but not least, Fabien Benteux, working for the European Parliament Innovation Team. Please give a warm applause for our key participants. Okay, so you can see that people are voting. Thank you very much. Now we can start interventions. I will give each of the keynotes 3 minutes to express their attitude and statement about metaverses. The first one, I invite Fabrizio Benigni to give her speech. Fabrizio is not online now. Okay, and how about Fabien?
Just joined.
Okay, so we will wait for a second.
You're invited to take the floor.
Okay, so maybe first Sarah, then what's your attitude towards our subject of the meeting?
Good morning, everybody. So I wanted to take a step back before getting into the metaverse, because as we could see with the Mentimeter, this is something that most people think is going to happen not tomorrow, but in 10 years, and we're talking about risk today. Basically, what I wanted to say first is that all the risk that we could think of in the metaverse are already risks that exist in the digital platform as we know of today. We can talk about data privacy, we can talk about disinformation, cyber harassment, and all sorts of algorithmic biases. The problem with the metaverse is that once you want to create immersiveness, you'll need to add a mix of technology which would just amplify these risks. And I would argue that the pure essence of the metaverse is actually more risky than the one of any two-dimensions platform. Let's take privacy, for instance. If you want to have immersiveness, you will need to gather a lot of geospatial data. If you want to create an avatar, you will need biometric data, and this collection by the digital service provider will pose this question on the privacy. In order to create this immersiveness, you will also need AI-generated content. You will need content to be constantly created, and the speed at which information will go will make it even harder for content moderation and spread of disinformation. But finally, and it's probably the main point and the main risk that I see, the main technical risk, is the user's manipulation. And the reason behind this is that the sole purpose of the metaverse is to blur the line between what is real and what is fake. In order to create this immersiveness, you need the user to think that this fake digital platform is actually a real world. And this poses a lot of questions about how the user will interact with it. But I also wanted to touch upon not just the technical risk of the metaverse, because we could be spending 5 hours talking about just the technical risk. And I wanted to go on to the governance and standardization process risk that we see of today. The problem is that if the way the metaverse is being talked about today and being considered is mostly about certain use cases, siloed use cases. You have one on education, one on gaming, one on industry, one on healthcare. And there's never the social component that is happening in the discussion at the governance and standardization level. And this is very important because users will use the metaverse as well to connect and to socialize. We cannot really talk about a virtual world if we only considered siloed use cases. So we need a holistic, agile, and interoperable approach to leave no one behind. I would just want to finish with this data, that 93% of the 5.16 billion users of the internet currently are social media users. So not considering social aspect of the metaverse when we start to govern it, this is going to be a real problem, and we don't want to exclude most of the world on it. Thank you.
Not a lot of time, but thank you very much. Now I see that Fabrizio is with us. Can we hear Fabrizio?
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, great.
Good. Excellent.
Can you give us your intervention? 3 minutes.
Yes. Well, first of all, I just would like to thank you very much for the invitation. This is the first time for me as the head of unit of the next generation internet at DG Commission, at the DG Connect at the European Commission. So therefore, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Now, virtual worlds, as you have been discussing, are happening and are developing as we speak. And the pace of innovation is such that, and the hard lessons that we've learned up to today are such that it is imperative to give ourselves the possibility to set up strong governance for virtual worlds so that they may become open, interoperable spaces, acceptable to all and secure for all. Now, if we fail to consider the governance aspects of the future virtual worlds at a global level, it can result in a set of closed gated communities where the few control the many. Today, we see two trends in internet governance: the private run by large corporations and the state-centric. Both carry the risk of limiting openness, access, and interoperability. But we can work with the global stakeholder community and the existing governance structures such as EuroDIG and ICANN and IGF, we hope in Kyoto in October, to build on the common ground that we have already amongst many signatories. I'm referring to the 2022 Declaration on the Future of Internet, where 70 nations, including many from the Global South, have agreed to. It set out a vision for an internet that is free, open, global, interoperable, accessible, reliable, and secure, as well as based on a multi-stakeholder governance, which is firmly grounded in the respect of human rights. This is important. This declaration builds on the UN resolution on Human Rights Council of 2019, which affirms the rights that affirms the notion, the principle, that the rights that the people have offline must also be protected online. Now, virtual worlds must not be an exception to this. The European Commission is committed to understanding the challenges and opportunities of virtual worlds and has recently considered and consulted stakeholders extensively. It will frame its vision in a non-legislative communication by mid-July, so that's very soon. The objective is to invite a collective reflection as to what steps are necessary to take the best advantage of the opportunities of virtual worlds for business and citizens in a human-centric perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabrizia. It was an amazing intervention. Next person is Fabien Bento. Are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfectly. Can you start?
Great. Yes, so thanks also for having me here. I think it is quite important to not just be able to witness how technology changes and evolves, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, depends how you look at it, but to be active on it. And this will be my, let's say, call to action to everyone today, not just as regulators or in different professional fashion you can be here, but just think for a second how you are online, how you behave online. Do you have your own email address, or is it delegated to a third party? Do you use server to share your CV? Do you have your own website? And why do I ask you this? I am going to make a wild bet and say most of us here use third-party services, commercial or not, to host, let's say, not just the avatars, but versions of ourselves, how we present ourselves to others. And what I want to insist on is that it's one way, and it's a convenient way, but it's not the only way. Namely, you can host your own website, you can have your own email server. Yes, it is challenging. It is both difficult, it creates security issues, etc. But in terms of governance, in terms of being able to administrate your own data, And as was mentioned before, in terms of interoperability, it is possible. What it means is that you remain in control. So what I want to insist on today is that don't look at the metaverse or virtual worlds as something external to yourself that you must always delegate to others. Yes, it's been the way, and there are some, let's say, tendency to centralization, again, because it is convenient. But it doesn't have to be. For example, I have here a tiny Raspberry Pi. So it's a little computer that costs 10 euros, pretty affordable. And why do I show it? It's because I use it for workshops with kids, 10 years old, 12 years old kids, to show them not just this, like the crazy VR headset and how you can enter the metaverse with this, but to show them that if you program this little 10 euros computer, you can build your own metaverse. A server, a node there that you can eventually connect to others, recording of your model of governments. Do you want something federated? Do you want something hierarchical? Do you want something completely distributed? But the point is, if you look at the metaverse as something that is going to happen to you, rather than something that you can shape, both as an individual, as a professional, then I think it's going to be more challenging even. But if you look at something that we build together, the correct way, as mentioned before, in terms of privacy, in terms of security, then agency, how we can be better version, then I think is a very exciting prospect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabian, for this speech. It was really interesting, and thank you for showing us this small device as a new, maybe future computer. It's time to show the results of our poll. Can we see them on our screen behind? Please display the results. And then we will start our debate with the key participants, and it will be able to ask them directly some questions from the audience, and we will talk more about the metaverses. As we can see, there are different attitudes from our keynotes. So can we see, oh yeah, now we can see the results. Okay, so metaverse is, most people told us in the poll that metaverse is going to develop not in 5 years, but in about 10 years. So it's a long time perspective. And even some people say that never. So we will see. And the next question. Yes, it was an open question, so there were probably more answers. It was about the application of metaverses and how they can be used in everyday and professional life. Can we see the answers? Okay. Okay, now we can see some answers that are coming to us. There are different attitudes. Enterprising metaverse, dynamic work meetings, XR-assisted training and work. Yes, nothing really useful, to be honest. So various attitudes in the public. So now it's time if you have any questions from the auditorium, and we will discuss them. Please come if you want to ask the question. You can ask them directly to the microphone. Anyone who wants to ask a question, maybe about the results? Okay, I can't see anyone who wants to ask a question, so maybe we'll start the discussion. And how about the online questions? We have any online questions? Not yet. Okay. There's one person who wants to ask questions. Here you are.
If nobody does it, then I will. Walter Natris. If you look at movies, it's always something dystopian when you talk about, even 20 years ago, about this sort of discussions. So how come that we always look at the bad side and not at the good side? So that's one question. The other one is, do we need to be afraid of this metaverse? Because I have no clue. I'm not the generation that's going to use it extensively, probably. So that's another one. And if you look at the opportunities in the poll, most people don't see any except perhaps gaming or entertainment. So are there really no positive uses for society that we can think of at this moment? So it's 3 questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So the first was about positive aspects of the metaverse, and I see Fabian raising his hand, so floor is yours, Fabian.
Thank you. So we should still be worried, for sure, because there are numerous risks, but we should be, in my opinion and in my experience, at least as excited as worried. I showed this, like the tiny chip computer before, and I mentioned the workshop with kids, because in my opinion, it's not just entertainment, it's not just professional work, it's education and training in general. Like it gives you a virtual place that you can, without risk, in terms of, let's say, you can literally play with fire, virtual fire. And just at the parliament, we have like a truck in front of it where we do this, like we play with virtual fire in order to train for physical security. We do the same. We had in the parliament the Innovation Week in November. And what we did, we invited a French startup called D'un Seul Geste, where you do first aid training. So I did first aid as a scuba diver a couple of months ago, but I did it with a, how do you say, you had to imagine the situation where you had, let's say, an electricity cut and then wire exposed to the water, etc. Whereas if you do it in virtual reality, then you're there. So you do the first aid training while being there. So in my opinion, what is the most exciting prospect, positive prospect? For sure, it's education, both for kids and adults. And I think, I honestly, I cannot imagine somebody who doesn't need more education. No matter how much you know, there are still so many things to discover, either professionally or just for the pleasure of it, then not using such a tool for this. And again, it doesn't have to be, we mentioned the metaverse, it can be social or not. You can do it, let's say, at home on your own or with a teacher, physically present or not. There are so many ways to do this that pretty much any topic. And to briefly finish on this, I did the workshop with kids, not to teach them something physical, but something maybe counterintuitively not physical, namely programming, because it allows you to grab a piece of code. You literally have the code in your head, something intangible, something we're not used to manipulate. The same way you can play with a mathematical equation. You change the value, you change the shape of the curves, things that are normally intangible, physics, mathematics, even economy. You can like run a simulation of a world that would happen. I mean, this to me, I will stop because otherwise I'll never stop. The prospect in terms of how we can, all of us, learn better together, even if there were no other use case, would, in my opinion, well be worth it.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabian. I see that Fabrizio wants to answer this question, and then Sarah. So maybe Fabrizio first.
Thank you. Just to complement what Fabian so eloquently explained. Well, the opportunities are what we make of them, of course, but think of education. Think about the opportunities about interacting, learning different languages, on a one-by-one. Think about the industrial opportunities. What would it be like to be able to develop your product on a digital twin basis? This would lower the carbon footprint significantly. It would accelerate the time to market. And these are just a few. Imagine thinking, training medical professions in this virtual world. Think about artists, what they can do to explore. So really, I think the possibilities are infinite. But again, it's interoperability, openness, and access that we need to be worried about. For me, those are the risks, but the opportunities are endless.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, Sarah.
I think it's really hard to see the positive aspect of the metaverse if considering that the first time that we really heard about it was through a science fiction novel that was honestly not saying good things about it. And the second aspect is through Meta, that basically made it its business plan for the next years, poured a lot of money into it, and never showed the users the usefulness of such world. It was more imposed in a way to us as like, you're gonna have to be there, should you like it or not. So it's very complicated to see positive opportunities for the metaverse when it's presented to the world this way. Now I think that it's very important that we keep on having this discussion about the metaverse because as you notice, it's not trendy anymore. This is now about AI, so nobody's talking about the metaverse anymore. But I think it's particularly important that we keep on having this governance discussion because precisely these are, I think the poll was saying the majority said that it was in 10 years that there's going to be the revolution. In order to make it positive, we need to think about the governance ahead of the use of the metaverse. And that's what we didn't do with AI. And now everybody's rushing about this and everybody's only talking about AI. So that's really great that we start talking, considering the positive, but as well the risk of the metaverse in order for us to go further.
Okay, thank you very much for this inspiring speech. I see that there's one question on site, so please give us this question.
Thank you. Hello, thank you panelists. My name is Bruna. I'm a law researcher here at Tampere University. My question comes from a rights-based approach, and maybe I would direct it to Fabrizia because I think it was her who mentioned about that our rights, fundamental rights, human rights, they apply online and offline as well, and I couldn't agree more. But my question refers to the challenges that we will face with implementation, monitoring, and enforcement of rights in the metaverse. I think that is one of the biggest challenges and that really I struggle with. So how can we make sure that we will update our current frameworks, tools, and processes in order to actually identify rights violation, monitor, and enforce fundamental rights in the metaverse? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So mostly it's about monitoring the harms and how we can approach these subjects. Do you want to? Who wants to answer this question? Anyone from our panelists? Fabrizia?
I can try and have a go. It's a difficult question, but it's a very good question. Now, before you think about implementation and enforcement, you need to have an agreement. That is the most important thing, to come together on a global basis and to say state-centric or corporate-led governances are not good. This is something that belongs to all of us. And collectively, we need to set out the principles that will make sure that this remains so. So first, the agreement, then the monitoring. I'm a great believer in crowds. I'm a great believer in masses. I'm a great believer in common participation. And that monitoring can be done by each and all of us. As for implementation, that is perhaps a different story, and enforcement. It is possible in some cases. We have shown in the European Union that we've set out regulations that have a very strong impact, also from an enforcement point of view. I'm talking about the Digital Single Market, the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act that regulate platforms and fight disinformation and assign responsibilities and obligations to those that put out that type of content. But I would go step by step. First, let's have the agreement. And with the agreement, we'll follow also the question, how is it that we can enforce it? I mean, we all must be together in this.
Thank you very much. Sarah or Fabian, you want to answer this question as well?
No, I'm not the regulator here, but I would very much second what Fabiana just said, and I would add that implementation and enforcement is actually very important because we've seen a tendency in corporate-led platforms, especially by big tech, that they tend to self-regulation. And there's this video that frightened me a few months ago by the Meta vice president that was explaining how instead of regulating, basically, they will give users superpower to push away harassment. And I think this is very dangerous, that kind of discourse. We can laugh about this, of course, but if it actually becomes true, then this has impact on, I think the title of the session is the real world as well, because what if you start giving people superpower in the virtual world? How will they behave in the real world? So that's very worrisome, and I very much encourage the implementation of EU regulation on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. We have 2 questions on site, but I will ask if we have any online questions now.
But we do encourage the online audience to engage in the discussion and ask questions.
Okay, so first we will ask this one question from the audience.
Hi, I'm Isabel from EuroDIG Spain, and I feel like we talk a lot about opportunities and risks of the metaverse, but social changes are not usually mentioned. And how will this new reality affect our current structure of society? Like, are we walking towards a world like Ready Player One, where everyone will live through the metaverse, or is that too far-fetched?
Thank you very much. So the question is about affecting the society and the structure of it. So Fabian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And it's nice because it loops back also to some of the questions, if not worries, expressed in the second question about are we going to lose the real world? I'm saying it a little bit provocatively, but it's something I hear quite often, or let's have a real conversation, face-to-face, etc. So first, I have no idea how it's going to reshape us. Like socially speaking, as a society, but that's again why I think this kind of event and discussion is important, so that we're mindful about what it is and what it does. But just for a little anecdote, I don't ever know actually, countless headsets around me. I work in this kind of stuff. I have gadgets more than I dare to confess. So I really think technology in itself is interesting, but I also, like I said, I give workshops to kids about it, so I think they should understand how it works, but I also do scuba diving. I go around in the Parc du Cinquantenaire in Brussels with my rollerblades. I love hiking. My point there is to say the two are not exclusive. It's not because you have a virtual world or VR or any kind of such experiment where you are teleported somewhere else, and the real world disappear, you even go back to it. That's, I think, something that's, I don't know how pervasive it will be when we see the production, let's say 10 years or so in terms of timing, I don't know. But I don't see a way to, I don't think, let's say, a dichotomy to be necessarily productive. So I think we should, I don't even have a TV, like a physical TV. So I think screens and view, etc., can be very powerful, but we need to be mindful and also especially honest about it, in the sense that most of us tend to have a conversation with the phone on the table, like the mobile phone. So it's not as if mobile phones, which is old tech, let's say for now, didn't reshape us. It reshaped us extremely intimately, in the sense that you can have a conversation with your loved one in front of you at the dinner table and still not be present, mentally speaking, emotionally speaking, even though you're physically present. So I think we need to be honest today about how technology already changed ourselves and not, let's say, projected to our future technology about upcoming mistakes. We're already, in my opinion, quite often acting improperly. So next time you surprise yourself checking your phone while you're trying to have a proper, deep conversation with someone, then I think that's when you can start to rethink how society is going to be changed and has already been changed with fast technology.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabien. Sarah? Okay. So we'll now have another question. I see that there was one person behind us, but I don't know, do you wanna ask a question? Okay, no. So Fabrizio, do you have something to add to Fabien?
Well, I don't think we will live in a completely detached reality in the virtual world only. I think that as human beings, we want to feel the heat on our skins. We want to feel the water. We want to go to the mountains. We need physical experiences. And although the metaverse can provide a lot, and I believe it will provide a lot of opportunities for us to work differently, to experience production differently. And in a way can also, and this can contribute, of course, to lower the carbon footprint. But I believe that as humans, we would like to remain free. I mean, that is first and foremost our instinct. And we will remain in contact with nature and in contact with each other.
Okay, thank you very much. Sarah, do you want to add something about this differences between online and offline, or maybe it is still on live, like Florida said?
Yeah, there's even a concept that was coined a few years ago, the OMO, the online merge offline and offline merge online. I think we're there already even without the metaverse. But I think we need to see the metaverse as a complementary use to our daily actions that we're doing online, as an enhancement of what we're doing online. And I don't see any particular reason why we would be 20 hours plus in the metaverse and not on our computer. So I see it very complementary.
So most of our speakers are quite optimistic and believe that we won't be all the time in the metaverse. Do we have any questions from the audience? If you want to ask any question, just go to the microphone and ask, as well as online. If you want to ask any question, just write the question in the chat. Okay, I see that there is one person, so please, and ask your question.
Hi, I'm Sara. I am a youth digger. And unfortunately, I don't feel so optimistic as you feel. Because we had a session where we have been explained that, for instance, in 2040, I might be mistaken, but in 2040, the city of Tampere will be completely virtual. So, I mean, there are projects that are being work in progress and that are already heading there. And I raised my concern regarding the fact that, okay, it's amazing. I mean, we all love technology. We all love the opportunities that we can have. And we can use technology to make a positive impact in our lives. But there is a concern regarding this project that if we will all live in the virtual world, what about the people that will not have access to technology in the first place? And what about the people that maybe do not want to be part of it? But then it was raised another interesting question that is in a future scenario, maybe no one will be very interested in the physical world. So if these people that will be a minority in the physical world, it will be hard to balance an inclusive society, and it's already hard as it is here. So thank you.
Thank you very much for this young voice. So it's about the attractiveness of the physical and virtual world. Maybe we will be more attracted to the virtual world. I see that Fabian wants to answer that, so go ahead.
Thank you. So that echoes also the consultation from the European Commission a couple of weeks ago on the citizen panel on virtual worlds, namely that it has to be really inclusive and also optional. Let's say if you have to, I don't know, go to the commune or your town hall to do some administrative work to get an ID card, whatever, and the only way is through online or virtual world or an app you need to install on your phone, etc., then it's not inclusive. And then you, regardless of why you wouldn't want or why citizens wouldn't want to use such technology, if it is the only way to interact with the government, that it creates a problem. So there is indeed a risk there. If the virtual is the only way, it's what personally, at least I can say, I don't want this. Again, I want to have access to both. what I also want to say, so it has to be basically in all cases properly inclusive, properly responsive, so that it's not, let's say, a bottleneck of communication and interaction, in particular for things that are as fundamental as interacting with your government. What I want to say, though, in terms of using the virtual, it's just a coincidence, but yesterday I got this book, Making with Data, from the Library of the European Parliament, and it's to show, let's say, a feedback loop, namely that you go in the virtual, for example, to learn, as I mentioned before, but also to build. For example, you can design a 3D model, you can get it 3D printed, you remove your headset, you get the 3D printed object there for the quote-unquote real world. So it's a way to, you do basically virtual cities or this kind of things as a way to improve them. The physical one, the real one, let's say, it's not to stay there. It can be depend on the context, but the goal, in my opinion, it's quite often the case, is to have a positive feedback loop. Namely, you play or you learn or you improve on the virtual version, let's say a digital twin, in order to improve the physical one. So it's not, let's say, two separated planes of existence or version. It's things that you work on in order to improve both.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabian. I see that there are 3 more questions, but I don't know we will manage to answer all. So maybe you will ask this one question now. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ana Neves from Portugal, and I would like to say bon dia to Fabrizio Benini. So we work together very closely on digital competencies. Not a question, a remark. We are in this session about risks. And I just would like to say that I'm working on this area over 30 years now. So first on information society, now about digital, even if I don't know very well what digital, the concept of digital means. But I would like only to say that we are analogic. I'm physical, you are physical, everybody is physical. So the tool that we use, it's a tool that we use, the digital or virtual tools should serve and continue to serve the human being. So we live in this analogic world, and so we really have to in the multi-stakeholder approach, to have this dialogue and to adopt the right policies that virtual world should serve the analogical world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this statement. I think that was a very important voice. So I see Sarah wants to answer that, and then Fabrizio.
I just wanted to react both on what Fabien said and what Anna just said. Absolutely, we should not be developing tools that are not helpful to humans or helping them enhance their ability in the real world. And we were actually together with Fabien a few months ago at the European Commission for this consultation with the citizen. And I think this is the right way to do things, is to really take citizen, ask them how they want to use it, if they're going to use it, and if even, because the question was asked, if they don't want to use it, then they need to always have an option. We cannot force people to use one technology, especially in the current context where there's one big digital service provider that we don't know what they're doing with their data, we don't know where it's stored. So obviously this is something that needs to be in a process in the real world with citizens in order to onboard them more in the virtual world or not, but the two needs to be always complementary. We cannot do all in one. It's a spectrum.
Thank you. And Fabrizio?
Well, thank you. I just want to say on the end, and to reiterate how encouraged I am, in fact, by Sarah's concerns. Because it's only if you are concerned, only if you have your rights and the rights of others in your heart, can you actually fight to make sure that we set up structures, all structures that will defend and establish what we need to have here. We have the need for non-discrimination, for accessibility, for the right of expression, just to mention a few. And this, we already have a basis, as I mentioned in the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, but we can do more. We can do more in Kyoto. We can do more thanks to you and to the many voices EuroDIG. So it is difficult. It won't be obvious, but it needs to be done. So it's overall encouraging, the concern.
Thank you. And I see that Fabian wants to answer, so short intervention, please.
Yes, I'll be super quick. One, it's a little provocation. I'm not a physicist, but as far as I know, knowing if we're digital or not is not so obvious. Maybe we're another. Maybe the physics itself is not. So again, not a physicist, but I invite people to open your mind, basically. Still, we need to be mindful wherever we are about ourselves and our ecosystem. I also just grab a book behind me. It's called Beyond Coding, How Children Learn Human Values Through Programming. In the end, it's not just about, let's say, digital cities or digital twin or whatnot, but about making ourselves better as human beings, about interacting, collaborating better. It's not about, let's say, 3D models.
Okay, thank you. And I see that there's one online question, and that's the last one we will answer.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to raise this question myself then. How do we ensure that those who have a seat at the decision makers table take it seriously so we can shape it? How do we increase education in this area? Are there examples of initiatives? And this was in response to youth interventions and in the framework of young people asking questions and making these interventions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wants to answer from our keynotes? It's about examples of initiatives in education and about the metaverse and how it will shape the education sector.
I think we talked about it, but the European Citizen Panel is one good example as an initiative to onboard citizens to make actually recommendation that would be on the table of those who make the decision in the end. And I think there are a lot of opportunities like this for youth, non-youth to engage.
Okay, and the last one, Fabrizia, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, just quickly, this year is the European Year of Skills. And European Year of Skills is also looking at the skills that are needed for the metaverse. Today, 8% of the European population does not engage in the internet. This is a digital divide that we need to fight, not in terms of forcing people to join the internet, but in terms of offering new possibilities, easier ways of access. But Europe is an advanced democracy. We need to think about the global south. We need to think about those that really cannot afford it, that have literacy problems. That's where disinformation is key. And there are many initiatives that are ongoing. Some are very targeted. You will find them in each time there is a partnership agreement with a specific country. The OECD has talent indicators on talent attractiveness. So there is, I think, an overall a move towards the awareness about skills, because the more skilled you are, the better literacy you have, the better comprehension of the message that is given to you, and the options that you have, the safer you are.
Thank you very much, Fabrizia. Fabian, unfortunately, we have only 1 minute left, so maybe we'll talk about the subject furthermore. Thank you very much for participating in our panel. From this panel, we can see that we have to talk about metaverse more. Not only AI is the most important thing in the world now, but maybe such panels are needed even more now. As you can see, we have more and more questions. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you, our brilliant keynote speakers. Give them a huge applause.
And of course, our moderator, Maria. Thank you so much for moderating this session. So now then we go into a quick break, but please do come back. This is an important discussion that we're having here. The next session will start at 11:30, and it's subtopic 2, the European Union's digital transformation, regulatory challenges, technical impacts, and emerging opportunities. See you back here at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm inviting you to take a seat. It's very comfortable. And with this, we will go back into the main topic, digital platforms. But this time looking at subtopic 2, the European Union's digital transformation, regulatory challenges, technical impacts, and emerging opportunities. Gentlemen in the back. Gentlemen in the back, would you like to take a seat? Chris, would you like to take a seat? Thank you very much. I would like to invite the moderator of this session, Karen Mulberry, who is Senior Manager Public Affairs at the IEEE Standards Association. Please welcome her to the podium.
All right, I have one of our panelists here, and 2 of our panelists are remote. So, Victorio, can you join us, please? Now, as we were introduced, this is a panel on the EU regulatory directives and what that means for users and businesses and the opportunities that are out there. We have 3 panelists today. One is going to focus on the technical issues. One will focus on the regulatory directives. And one is going to look at the emerging opportunities and what that means. So we'll start with Victorio. I'll have the panelists each introduce themselves and make some opening remarks, and then we can go to some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Vittorio Bertola from Open Exchange. I'm here again, and so before getting to the topic, I really do want to encourage everybody to join the org teams in the preparation of EuroDIG and maybe volunteer to be in panels, because we need more people, actually, especially from the people that attend in person. But still, I'm here because I was really involved in the topic of new European regulation. And so before getting to maybe to some detailed specific regulations and directives, I think we should make the general point that we've seen a rush of new regulation in Europe in the last few years. And this was quite a marked change in the policies of the European Union, because for 20 years, apart from the e-commerce directive and very few other things, there was not that much regulation over the internet industry and over how we use the net, and of course, apart from privacy laws. So there is the need to discuss whether we are going in the right direction, and so I mean specifically whether the new rules that have just come or are coming are the right ones, especially for the ones that are still under discussion. And today we will discuss especially, for example, about the Cyber Resilience Act. But at the same time, there will be the need to evaluate whether this general change of direction is actually a positive thing or not. And personally, I think it is a positive thing. It is a necessary response to the changing environment. Because, I mean, we like the people that, like me, were part of the internet industry at the early stages in the 90s. I mean, we believed, and we still believe, that the freedom of innovation and I mean the ability to basically create new content, new services without having to ask for licenses or coping with too much regulation was fundamental in the growth of the internet and in its success. At the same point, now we are in a very different stage in which the internet is really pervasive and everywhere is underlying every aspect of our lives, of our economies, of our culture. And also there's been a lot of consolidation. So the traditional decentralization of the internet is really being put at risk by decentralization into the hands of very few companies in very limited parts of the world. And Europe, by the way, has been a loser in this game mostly. I mean, not completely, but definitely we've had less development of internet industries than the US and China. And so at the same time, this creates problems in other fields that are not just economy, where we have to reclaim a certain degree of control on the ways that our citizens are using the internet and what they do over the internet. And so this is why I think what justified this change in the regulatory approach. And then I think we can discuss further later on aspects that are still important, such as how much regulation do we actually need, and so where do we set the right balance between regulation and the free initiative and the self-regulation of the industry.
Thank you, Victoria. Our next panel member is Peter Ebro, and he is joining us online. So Peter, over to you to introduce yourself.
Good morning, Karen. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for being invited to this nice and interesting panel. I'm Peter Eberl, Deputy Head of Unit in DG Connect. This is the digital department of of the European Commission. And our unit is dealing with cybersecurity and digital privacy. Before that, I was working on telecoms, net neutrality, and competition aspects. I would like to give an overview over the existing and in the making, and the legislation in the making in the digital sphere. And I will focus on the security of networks and services and on the protection of user data. You all know, of course, the GDPR, which entered into force in 2018 about personal data. But we also have the e-privacy directive, which is dealing with the confidentiality of communications, with the protection of terminal equipment, so no tracking of users on the internet without their consent. It is very important for the Internet of Things. And it's currently being revised by the e-privacy regulation, which is in trilogue negotiation. Then regarding security, we have the NIS2 directive, which entered into force in January this year, which revised the NIS directive, which was the first law at European level on security of what you would call essential of a critical infrastructure. So it's about essential and important entities in critical and highly critical sectors like energy, transport, and many digital services as well, like telecoms in the new directive as well. And it sets up security obligations for providers and notifications obligations in case of an incident. Then we have the Digital Services Act, which sets harmonized rules for a safe and trusted online environment. So it contains transparency and consumer protection, due diligence obligations for providers regarding illegal content, for instance. It entered into force in November 22, and it will be applicable as from February 24, but there are already some steps being done in the implementation. Then we have the Digital Markets Act. This is related to what Vittorio called the few companies which control the internet. It's about gatekeepers, fair and competitive markets, but it also contains protection of users, for instance, regarding the combination of data across services and also provisions on online advertising. Finally, we have the Digital Governance Act, which has entered into force and which is about sharing of data, so both personal and non-personal data. What do we have in the pipeline in the negotiations? We have the privacy regulation, as I mentioned. We have the Cyber Resilience Act, which is about the cybersecurity of hardware and software, so products with digital elements. And I think I can elaborate a bit more on that later. We have the Data Act, which is in trilogue negotiations. It's about the sharing of data, the access to data, fairness of sharing conditions. And finally, we have the AI Act, which is now and has now entered into trilogue negotiations, and which deals with the use of AI applications.
Thank you, Peter. And now to our last panelist, Stefano, over to you to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm Stefano Zanera. I'm a professor of cybersecurity at Politecnico di Milano University in Milan. And queuing to the remark by Vittorio about having speakers in person and not online, I completely concur, and I am sorry that I cannot be with you and join the event in person today. I hope to do so the next time. My involvement in the certifications of the digital security has been long, and one of the things that I'm involved with currently is the SCCG, which is the stakeholder group that is driving the security certification according to the Cybersecurity Act. The experience has been difficult in different ways, and the reason for the experience in trying to certify cybersecurity being difficult is that we do not know how to do it. Not we as in we here in this room or online today, not we as in the European Union, we as the human race. It's just a subject where we do not have a book. We do not have a positive book of how to do things. And so we do not have correspondingly a way to certify things. And it's very hard to try to regulate into existence something when this something cannot be provided. And this has been done with a very light touch. I commend the European approach on this because the cybersecurity certification, as it has been envisioned, is basically voluntary, set around verticals provided by the stakeholders in a single sector coming together and writing their own rule book. On the other hand, it is very hard to do. And this has been, I think, is demonstrated by the fact that there is no significant uptake of cybersecurity certifications in Europe or around the world. I think this, which we have already gone through in the past few years, is a good case study for what is going to happen with other emerging technologies. For instance, it has already been mentioned that the emerging technology that is on the regulatory pedestal right now is artificial intelligence. That's another area where the perimeter of what needs to be regulated is very hard to define, and I look forward to the efforts in the European regulators to try to define what needs to be analyzed in artificial intelligence and how.
Thank you, Stefano. Now to kind of get it started in discussing what's in front of us, I mean, you've heard three different perspectives from a technical community, from the regulatory perspective, and from the user who must implement the various cybersecurity and EU directives that are out there. We've also heard this week that security, in particular cybersecurity, has become very critical, and it's part of the resilient component that everyone is trying to implement as they face the ongoing threats that are out there today. So I'd like to turn to Vittorio and ask him the first question. So in terms of security principles, what is the correct line to draw between what needs to be mandated by regulation and what should be left to the industry's best practices and to each actor's own responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I work for an open source software company. We are one of the biggest open source software makers in Europe. We make email and DNS software, and we are part of the broader open source ecosystem. And so, I mean, open source is peculiar. It's what keeps the internet working. So even when you access closed services, proprietary services, possibly 95% of them is like actually open source software, and then there's just a tiny bit of proprietary stuff on top. And traditionally, the problem with open source software, but also the quality, is that it's been developed in a cooperative manner. And so, of course, sometimes it's hard to enforce security. It really depends on how you manage your code-making practices and your gathering of contributions from many different developers that maybe don't even work for your company and are spread all over the world and just send bits of code that needs to be integrated. And of course, it's tempting to just make hard regulation and say, yeah, we'll code really in detail, give really in detail prescriptions on what you should do. At the same time, the nature of this process is so quickly changing that it is very hard to codify detailed practices in regulation. So I think the right approach is somewhere like you should set the principles in the regulation, but then when it comes to like having technical annexes that are very prescriptive in what you should do, I think that that's a bit too much. And maybe we will discuss the specific example later with the Cyber Resilience Act. But I mean, just to make the example now, the proposal for the Cyber Resilience Act is a prescription that you will never ship any bit of code with any vulnerability of any kind of severity. And if you actually develop code, I mean, you know that that's not really the best thing to do sometimes. Sometimes you know that there are like 5 vulnerabilities that are very theoretical and no one will really exploit them, and they're anyway not very severe, but maybe someone just discovers a major one, and so you just want to push immediately a fix for that vulnerability without having to wait for you to also fix the others. And if the law says, no, you cannot do that, then it's actually going against the security of the product. So so I think there should be a little trust in the best practices of the companies, with added then, punishment for the companies that don't do that, because yes, there are many companies that don't care about security. But for example, in our case, we just do like regular pen tests and penetration tests for those that are in the environment. So I think there are proof that we care about that, and companies that prove that they care about that should be left alone in managing what they do.
Thank you. I don't know, Peter, Stefano, would you also like to comment on that question?
If I may add one thing to what Vittorio just said and stress upon it, security cannot be defined, even academically, as the absence of vulnerabilities, even the absence of, discovered vulnerabilities. That's not how security works at all. Security is always about risk management. It's always about the reduction of vulnerabilities in the appropriate ways, as Vittorio was hinting at, to reduce the amount of risk in the way the system is used, which also means that the exact same software system in different contexts can be perfectly adequate in terms of security or completely inadequate. The exact same system, depending on how it's used. That's one of the things that makes analyzing security in a context that is regulatory, so devoid of the actual application context, very hard and very challenging.
If I may, yes, I think everybody agrees there's no absolute security, and I think that is also clearly visible from the Cyber Resilience Act proposal, that there are obligations to fix vulnerabilities. So it assumes that there will be vulnerabilities, so it's not a perfect security. I would probably not agree with the fact, or with the statement that this is a detailed regulation of the security requirements. I think we set the principles in the Cyber Resilience Act. Of course, there will be standardization, there will be details set out in the annexes, set out in implementing and delegated acts. But I think those are also necessary. I think it's very good that companies like Stefano's, Vittorio's, do testing and verify whether there are vulnerabilities in their products. We also see the difficulties. Well, we see, first of all, the benefits, of course, of open source. And the CRA is not against open source, but of course, also open source may create security risks for digital products, and so therefore it's important that there are certain obligations, and I think we are working with the co-legislators on finding the right measures to apply. I think it cannot be left only to the companies, but of course companies have a strong part of responsibility, and many products are for self-assessment by the companies under the Cyber Resilience Act. So I don't think it is an intrusive, or it's not more intrusive than necessary, but I think it is necessary. And I think we see also from the general feedback that I think the Cyber Resilience Act is something which is largely desired by the communities and by the economy to be there, because I think has become clear that there is a kind of regulatory gap with respect to what the Cyber Resilience Act wants to close.
Okay, thank you. We also have an online question. Let me read that. How is the European Union ensuring that harmonization of regulations across member states while developing effective regulatory frameworks that foster a competitive digital market and safeguard public interests? For instance, the emergence of ChatGPT highlights the varying responses of different member states, such as Italy's decision to block ChatGPT. So who would like to address that? Yeah. don't all raise here. Victoria, you start.
No, I mean,
Stefano.
I think that, because of course I'm familiar with Italy's decision to block ChatGPT and Stefan as well, I guess. So, and that was, I think, actually a good decision because ChatGPT was not compliant with the GDPR. So I was actually proud of having a data privacy authority that had the boldness to actually tell OpenAI that you have to comply with the GDPR. And then of course it's hard because how to implement the right to forget in a large language model is something still to be understood. But I think it's important that more of our authorities have the courage to actually get our laws respected.
Anyone else wants to comment?
I would agree with what Vittorio said. I think it was a good decision in the sense that the Garante from Italy acted within its powers under the GDPR. So it acted as a data protection authority. And if there are concerns regarding data protection, then of course the authority has to act. And I think the decision of the Garante also triggered a certain discussion within Europe, maybe even on a broader level, about the benefits and risks of ChatGPT and others. So I think in terms of let's say having a debate and an instructed debate, I think it was a good decision.
If I might add just something else, I think that, by the way, that the data authority did not block ChatGPT. It was ChatGPT that decided to shut down the service rather than comply with the GDPR. And then they found a way. But so I also dislike this kind of reaction by the big tech companies, like, if you do something that we don't like, we'll just pull out of your country. I find it really an unpleasant way of blackmailing European countries and, in general, sovereign states.
Well, technically, it's it's not really blackmailing. It's the two tools that the two parts have to kind of push their way through. The service provider can, in a way threaten in the same way that you threaten to change something during commercial negotiations, really, to pull out a service. But that's exactly the same thing that we do as Europeans, right? We have wielded the power of having a market of 500 million of the most wealthy customers on the planet, and said to other countries, well, if you want this market, if you want access to this market, you need to adhere to certain standards. And that's the way we have basically imposed almost the same level of rules that the GDPR has imposed within Europe, also outside Europe. It's a two-way road. But I do agree that there is a lot to discuss in how not just ChatGPT, but all the GPT-based stochastic parrots are going to work with personal data. Possibly, my point would be that some of these things can be approached with regulation and with regulatory tools like fines or blocks or whatever else. Some of these things are way too complex for regulation to actually meaningfully impact through them, and we need a lot of discussion with companies. So there's space for both types of intervention. In particular, on the AI machine learning front, I think that there is a lot to discuss and a lot that we need to figure out. As I said, by in part cooperating with the companies offering services, and in part also reasonably regulating them, because I think that the European approach has proved over time to be a well-balanced mix of these two things.
Okay, thank you. And to build on that, I mean, since the European Union's digital single market strategy is actually to come up with a uniform approach like to ask Peter, what more do you think needs to be done in light of AI and ChatGPT and working those emerging technologies within the EU regulatory structure?
Well, as we have been discussing already, the Cyber Resilience Act is in the making, so that is one issue which will definitely cover the security or tries to cover the security issues regarding digital products, so hardware and software. We have the DAI Act, which now entered into trilogues. The Parliament's text includes even a category to cover the ChatGPT issues. So that will be interesting trilogue discussions. And then we have the Data Act on data access, data use, data sharing, which also will empower users to use their data. So it aims at fostering the European data economy. So to build a counterweight to the American and other Chinese and other, let's say, data players. And I think once all this legislation has been adopted, we have the e-privacy regulation, of course, which also should be adopted still under this legislature. But once this has been adopted, I think then it's also a big challenge to implement it. So the NIS2 directive has to be transposed by member states. Most of the other legislation are regulations, but still it requires implementation at the member state level. And then it requires also implementation at the corporate level. So the companies have to implement it, the European companies, but also the non-European companies active in Europe. And I think in that context, I think it was Stefano who mentioned it, the corporate, so that not everything can be fixed by legislation and regulation. So I think there is also some cooperation needed, and then it's also in the implementation that one has to react to new developments. I think let's say the legislation tries to anticipate what may happen, but the AI Act may not have been able to anticipate everything which will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. But it is a piece of legislation which will probably last for 5 to 10 years. So it needs to be adapted to new developments in the application, and that is then for the national authorities to take into account new developments, and then it will also be interpreted by the judges, by the European Court of Justice in the last resort, how to interpret certain things. And once it has been applied and one sees that there are gaps, then of course one has to think about revision. But I think for the time being, the big challenge will be once these pieces of legislation have been adopted and implemented and entered into force, the implementation and the application.
Thank you, Peter. Now, Stefano, you talked a little bit about things that might be needed to support the regulation. I know Peter just laid out a whole menu of activities and actions that need to take place, in essence, not only now, but in the future, because it isn't cyber threats are an evolving opportunity. It's also an evolving challenge. So, how can you develop the skills needed, not only to address what's going on today, but that evolving challenge for new regulation and new threats tomorrow?
That's a topic that is dear to my heart as a professor and as an educator. Very often we focus a lot on the current state of technology. So for instance, right now, as also the first question coming from the audience has showed, ChatGPT is like the all encompassing technology in the mind of those discussing AI. Well, first of all, ChatGPT is not technically an AI. It's a stochastic generator of text, which has a very good chance of producing text that is very interesting, but that is what it is. And one of the ways to demystify that is to study how it actually works in the background. And in order to do that, in order to create, to educate a class of professionals that can deal with this and with all the other challenges that come in the future, we do not need to train them to do what is currently called prompt engineering. There's people that have created this term thinking that the good way to work on this technology is to figure out ways to construct the questions you ask to a stochastic parrot in order to generate a meaningful answer. That's not the way we work. That's not the way we need to educate people. That's one technology that is probably going to fade away in the next few months and replaced by something else. What we need to do is to educate our students and our up-and-coming colleagues on the fundamentals of technology in a thorough way. I've always been very wary of educating people on a very specific and very in-depth aspect of technology. In my opinion, even at a graduate student level, we need to give them a deep background on how technology works. The more we demystify technology for students and the more we allow them to see how the black box opens and there are gears inside, the more we do them a service. That being said, there is also an obvious challenge in educating today our colleagues that are going to be working in 30 years on technologies that we cannot even begin to conceive. And this means that besides our role in the universities for education at the beginning of professional life, we need to create a role for universities and for other institutions of learning for continuing education of people, allowing people to attend university courses even after they have started their professional lives. And since we are Europeans and we take pride in offering education as a service to the community and as a free service to the community, that should also become like a free opportunity for continuous lifetime learning.
Thank you. Now, Vittorio, from your perspective as a user and implementer, what do you see are the challenges to be prepared for the future? What kind of training and skills do you see you need in your industry to address not only the threats, but to work on the regulatory requirements and implement all of this into a uniform fashion?
Well, in technical terms, I mean, in terms of like having engineers and other product people that, I mean, able to produce secure products, we're already there. I mean, we've been doing this for the last, I mean, since the software industry exists. So we do already have, even in education now, there are universities starting entire degrees in cybersecurity, and there are already several of them. And even if there's not an entire degree, there are courses in cybersecurity. I think that what's new now is the compliance part. So we have to be equipped to comply with these certification requirements and with the new regulation requirements. And again, well-run companies already have been doing that. I mean, we as a company, like many others, are ISO 271 certified. So I mean, there are certification in the industry world, in the standardization world, that already address your security. This is more of a problem for smaller efforts. And so my concern is, I mean, as part of the open source ecosystem, it's not really about like company like mine, which is a 300 people company and is capable of dealing with this. The problem is that the open source software relies on the interaction of thousands of projects, and many of them are made by nonprofits, are made by universities, are made by individuals in their free time, and still they have become, for some reason or another, fundamental for everything else. And so from one viewpoint, you cannot say that since something is made by a three group people, then it can be not secure. This is not acceptable anymore. We actually had problems in the past because of, very small projects that were key and were not, the people running them did not have the means to keep them secure. But at the same time, I'm not sure that just imposing them, a requirement to be secure by law is the solution. Because if the problem is that you're just two people maintaining like a logging library, just to make a random example, that is used by the entire world, it's not like that if there's a law that forces you to do certain extra stuff, you will have the resources for doing that. So the problem is rather how to fund the security, to ensure the security. And this, I think, is a task both for the industry and for the public institutions. So bigger companies, I mean, like we do, we can sponsor maybe projects for smaller projects, security activities and so on. But also, I mean, for example, Europe could put funds. There are some interesting European projects around it, like the Next Generation Internet one. But I mean, there should be, I mean, I think it would be more effective in terms of security, especially of the software world, which is very different from the digital products, hardware plus software world. It would be way more effective to find ways to put funds and give maybe even just 20,000 euros to specific open source projects for securing and making security audits and fixing bugs and whatever, than just making legal requirements. So let's make the legal requirements if we want, but let's make sure that we also put the money on the table to help the smaller non-profit, smaller projects.
Thank you. And coming from an organization made up of engineers who are working very diligently on requirements and products and services to meet a variety of not only the regulatory needs, but the needs of corporations, people, end users, that's a soft spot in my heart. Anyway, previously, Stefano, I know you raised a point about certification being important as part of the regulatory process, and I know Vittorio just touched upon that. Stefano, I wondered if you wanted to expand upon that, because I know part of the Cyber Resilience Act includes a component to certify that you are compliant with the regulation, that you meet all the needs and your products, your hardware, your software, do meet the cybersecurity rules.
That's actually a significant challenge, because on the one hand, what the customer expects, even rightly so, is that at some point you want to be able to get an IoT, because we need to think that we are not just talking about software that is going to be used in enterprises or on computers. We are also talking about software that is going to be embedded in devices. So when you buy a device, a fridge, for instance, nowadays there is going to be some software on it that may have security vulnerabilities. And most customers are not, of course, able to understand by themselves the challenges connected to this. So what we would naively think of is something similar to the CE mark. So when I buy a fridge, I do not have to worry to test it. I'm an engineer, so I could probably do it myself, but I do not have to worry to test it for electromagnetic compatibility or for the fact that it's not going to electrocute me. There is a set of standards and certifications that are going to assure me a certain level of confidence in this. And so we would like naively to have the same thing for security. Fact is, unfortunately, security does not work like that. It's based on the context of use. So we are not able to provide a parallel with this that is what we would naively expect. Now, what we can provide, though, is an assurance that a device is being tested against a reasonable attacker or a reasonable level of interested attacker, and it has been found to be free of obvious glaring vulnerabilities. This would already raise the bar with respect to the bar that at the moment is completely lying on the ground. So we have devices that get sold on the market and they sometimes have egregious vulnerabilities that are evident to anyone. So this we can probably achieve with a reasonable standards-based certification that is discussed even within industries by themselves. If instead we try to do this with a heavier touch on certification, we run not just into the problem that Vittorio described, because security is a process that does not scale to very small scale. So we will have the problem at that point of how to manage all of the SMEs that throughout Europe are a significant portion of the industrial base. In particular, in Italy, for instance, they are 97% of the industrial base. So it's a very high problem, higher than what happens in other areas of the world. But we will also inadvertently automatically trigger the problem of how do we define secure in terms that are usable in a legislative act. I'm a big fan of sectorial, self-defined standards to which the stakeholders agree to keep up to.
Thank you. We also have an online question. What do the panelists think of U.S. efforts to promote use of software bills of materials?
Okay. Well, in general, again, if you run a big coding project, especially in the open source world, you need to do that anyway. You need to know what's in your product. So, I mean, again, we might decide whether it's good to certify that and formalize that in a document.
It would be nice to have some kind of a useful definition of what we are regulating. So my question is, do you think it's even possible to make a meaningful definition of AI without it being either too narrow or too general to be useful? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to take that one on?
I think it was preached at me, so I may go and take a first shot at it, because it was exactly the reaction I was hoping for. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, and of course it's a provocation saying that ChatGPT is not an AI, because everyone has been saying the opposite. And you know, they may be right and they may be wrong, because we do not have, as we said, a good definition of artificial intelligence, because we do not have a definition of intelligence. Our definition of intelligence is intuitive. We think that something is intelligence if it behaves the same way an intelligent human would behave. But this is not necessarily a good definition. We are defining intelligence in the sense that it looks like us. It's the way we define intelligence also for our pets. When we look at our pet and we think, oh, this dog is very intelligent, what we are saying is, this dog looks like it understands, he or she understands me, looks like they are able to perform what things I'm asking them to perform, so they are communicating with me. That's our definition of intelligent. But, you know, this is a very human-centric definition that is not necessarily useful for defining intelligence in general. Most of the systems that we have right now are systems based on machine learning. They are able to learn from examples and generalize, extract things. Things like ChatGPT, they are very, very complex machines that learn on patterns and examples. Is that all there is to intelligence? I don't know. Is that very fitting to our definition of intelligence? Well, of course, a machine that is designed to replicate our language will always convince us it's going to define some properties on computer-based systems that we want any computer-based system to respect. Systems that are implementing what is commonly called or commonly intuitively defined as artificial intelligence has certain characteristics. And those characteristics we have already started regulating. When we wrote, when people wrote in GDPR, for instance, the rights related to automatic processing of information and to understanding the criteria for automatic decision, they were not thinking of AI. But that rule is already a very good rule that applies to AI systems. So that's probably the answer, even if it's not, I think, the answer that European regulators would like to hear.
I don't know, Peter, Victoria, do you want to comment as well?
Well, I think the automatic processing, I guess people may have had in mind something like artificial intelligence. And And I think, as Stefano said, I think it doesn't matter whether it's the kind of intelligence concept as we have for human intelligence, but I think we need some concept and some definition which helps us to grasp from a regulatory perspective what is going on with machine learning and other elements. I think it doesn't matter how it is called, and I see in the chat there are different conceptual or terminology concepts, and I don't know which one is the right one, but I think one needs to have one, let's say, common denominator on the basis of which one attempts to regulate. It's a challenge, of course, but I think we cannot just say because it's difficult to find a definition of AI, we cannot start thinking about how to regulate it.
Thank you, Peter. And thank everyone for participating. Especially want to thank the panelists for their insight and comments on regulatory activities and actions and what we're looking at in terms of the future opportunities and what we might want to look out for and prepare ourselves for as this happens. Thank you very much.
And of course, also thank you very much to Karen for moderating this wonderful session. So now we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back to the final session of this main topic on digital platforms. Subtopic 3, platforms as critical infrastructure for democratic discourse. And we'll look forward to inviting you back here at 12:30. See you then.
I only see what's going platforms as critical infrastructure for the democratic discourse. And we have heard a lot about regulation in the previous session in particular, because there is the growing conviction that increased democratic control of big tech is necessary for our democratic societies, and this is why regulation is being introduced. And not only at European level, but we've also heard there are discussions at global level. So there is at UNESCO, for example, the discussion to prepare regulation of platforms and to have guidelines on this subject. And at the UN level, a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms is also being prepared. And these are only a few initiatives, but there are many more. But there is also the growing awareness that we need visions and initiatives beyond regulation. It's not only about cleaning the mess, I would say, it's also about proposing positive approaches if we want to have an internet for trust. And I would say what we also would like to have, of course, is an internet which safeguards freedom of expression, access to information, and which allows for the democratic discourse. So this is why in this session we will discuss approaches on concrete initiatives which can contribute to shape what we would call a digital public sphere. And this digital public sphere should respect human rights and should work according to democratic rules. We have 4 experts here who are our key participants who will introduce the discussion. They're all online, as you can see, so I feel a little bit lonely here on stage, but I'm sure we will manage with the help of colleagues. And as I said, I invite everybody to interact with us from the room here and also from online. We are all required to be brief. This is just a reminder for the speakers. So keep each intervention to 3 minutes, and you have the clock ticking here. And so let's start. And let's first hear from Outi Puku of the University of Helsinki about the Nordic approach to democratic debate in the age of big tech. We heard a little bit already in the morning from Tobias Barnecke, but here we look at a little bit of a different aspect of this Nordic approach. So please, Outi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nicola. I hope you can hear me well. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Outi Puku. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Helsinki. I'm working in the Democratic Epistemic Capacities in the Age of Algorithms project, and my own research is focused on digital rights discourses in light of different initiatives by researchers and activists. So I will focus on this research in the recent Nordic initiative titled Nordic Approach to Democratic Debate in the Age of Big Tech. However, I've not participated in writing this report myself, so I can only provide more general comments in relation to other initiatives. So just earlier today, we've heard from the chair, Tobias Bornacke, that the implementation of these recommendations is now being considered in each country. So I will be very brief. I think that the report focuses on how the Nordic countries relate to digital platforms. So it's kind of a Nordic addition to EU's Digital Services Act. And this report presents 5 visions for the Nordic region and some recommendations for concrete actions. So I will highlight some examples that I think are interesting for our discussion and that also characterize this as a Nordic approach. So the first vision considers Nordics as a united tech democratic region. As an example of one of the concrete actions is the establishment of a Nordic Center for Tech and Democracy. And this center would support the implementation of the DSA and give Nordics a shared voice in the EU and towards digital platforms. The second vision highlights digitally literate citizens. So, for example, establishing a knowledge hub on digital literacy to bring together these different efforts, for example, to combat misinformation online. And the third vision highlights access to diverse and credible digital platforms and communities, emphasizing alternatives to large online platforms. And the fourth vision is about open and informed public debates. And this includes a recommendation to give public service media a strong digital mandate, including online presence, content moderation, content creation, and development of platforms. And the fifth vision emphasizes public oversight of big tech platforms, including the role of independent researchers and continuous monitoring of the state of Nordic digital democracies. So I think that this is an interesting initiative, at least in three ways. First, it highlights this need to think about solutions also beyond EU regulation. And second, the emphasis is on a specific historical and cultural context. In this case, building on the Nordic tradition, for example, so-called media welfare state model that has been common to the Nordics. And finally, I would like to highlight these multiple knowledges and actors, importantly citizens and civil society, that should be able to inform and participate in these ongoing debates on different levels. So I think it will be interesting to discuss this Nordic approach together with other efforts with my colleagues. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Uti. So this is really a vision which really looks at the democratic discourse very much and the welfare of society in this context. Very important elements in this context and in this discussion. Now, let me turn to Amy Palmer, who is a member of Meta's Oversight Board. Welcome to this discussion here today. You have just heard from Uti about the Nordic report and the recommendations to improve the democratic debate in the age of big tech. What should big tech do to improve the conditions for this democratic discourse? And does the Oversight Board have an impact on reducing, for example, false information on Meta's platforms, or the use of offensive language or hate speech? I know that you have been looking at this particularly. You have recently issued a report, so please tell us all about it. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for inviting me. It will be difficult to talk about everything in 3 minutes, but I'll try to be quick. I'm one of the founding members of the Oversight Board. We are people who don't know about the board. It's an opportunity to say that we are an independent body comprised of experts from around the world that makes binding decisions on what content should be allowed on Facebook and Instagram. And our decisions are based on whether Meta's content enforcement is consistent with its policies and values. The board also makes policy recommendations rooted in freedom of expression and other human rights principles, which significantly reshape Meta's content guidelines when fully implemented. So first of all, I just want to say, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing, but it's important to say in the beginning that we are and we should be part of an ecosystem of stakeholders and actors that want to get us into a fairer and more just world. And the board is the one that can publicly identify gaps and work towards changes in Meta, but without the interest of other actors pushing Meta for implementation, our work will not be as meaningful as it can be. So first of all, I think that we should say that Meta and other tech companies need to adopt clear and transparent content moderation policies that prioritize accuracy and accountability, and have clear procedures for removing content when there is a potential for real-world harm. The board has reviewed a number of cases on hate speech from South Africa to Serbia. We have focused on hate speech against marginalized groups as one of our strategic priorities, precisely because it creates an environment of discrimination and hostility. And it's often context-specific, coded, and can manifest a real-world harm. We found that Meta's hate speech community standard is often among the most frequently cited community standard in user appeals to remove content from its platforms. And we've pushed Meta to publish a clear explanation on how it creates, enforces and audits its market-specific slur lists. The company has since followed through on these recommendations. Companies also must ensure their content moderation systems and rules are fair and easily accessible in users' languages. It's important to tell people as clearly as possible how you make and enforce your decisions it also goes to what Uti mentioned on the importance of literacy of those platforms, because when you don't understand and you don't know how to use it, you make a lot of mistakes and it can damage your freedom of speech. Within 3 years, the board's work has resulted in greater transparency in how Meta Systems works. I don't have more time, but I'll just say that one of the important things that we've done was in terms of crisis protocols, because we understand that democracies are endangered in times of crisis even more than in times of peace. And it's important to verify that Meta and other tech platforms are very transparent, fair, and clear on the way they moderate content on times where voices are the most important. And a last word, when we talk about a group of experts, I think that when we talk in terms of democracy, our diversity is not just about our professions, but also about the countries we come from, the regimes we come from. Not all of us come from democracies, and it has a lot of impact on the way we understand the importance of voice and freedom of speech all year long, and specifically during times of crisis.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, and we will all look at it and see how really this oversight board will make a difference. We hope it will, because there are a lot of problems we know. Now let's turn from the metaverse to the Fediverse. We have already heard about the metaverse this morning quite a lot, but there's also now this new idea, or newer idea, let's say, of the Fediverse, and the term refers to a collection of interoperable, decentralized social networks. I looked it up, so I'm not inventing anything here, and other online services that are independent but able to communicate with each other. So the most well-known application is certainly Mastodon, and since Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, it has become a popular alternative to traditional social networks, as you all know. The question is if the decentralized approach of the Fediverse is more democratic, and whether it can support a digital public sphere which respects human rights and which works according to democratic rules. And this question goes to Charlotte Freise from the Bertelsmann Foundation, which has looked at this together with a number of experts. Charlotte.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Nicola, for the introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm a political scientist and former journalist, and like Nicola said, currently working on platform governance and disinformation in the Bertelsmann Foundation. So I'll be very quick. Our report is very long, but maybe let's start with the very right and often heard criticism of the digital age. There's just too much power concentrated in the hands of very few individuals, namely platform owners. And an infrastructure that is democratic and designed to serve the common good currently conflicts with the business models of large commercial platforms. And here we go with decentralized networks like Mastodon. By moving away from profit-oriented logics, they do uphold, as we believe, the potential to serve a more democratic public sphere. But this is still very broad, so maybe to narrow a little bit down what it actually means to be serving for a more democratic public sphere. For that, we looked at concerning features of dominant social platforms, namely surveillance capitalism, the attention economy, and digital colonialism, to see if Mastodon is likely to be repeating them or even amplifying or not. Well, Mastodon is designed decentralized, like Nicola said. It's open source and non-commercial. So the whole idea is to break with the walled gardens of centralized commercial offerings. So in short, at the current moment, we do not see surveillance capitalism. Second, your feed on Mastodon is chronological. Posts do not get algorithmically amplified, and there is no ad tracking, simply because at the current moment, there are no ads. So this means there are no design features that really try to keep you on the platform to show you more ads. So at the current moment, we can observe that it does not feed the attention economy. And third, and this is crucial and our main concern with Mastodon, it was mentioned here from my former speakers too, Our main concerns with Mastodon comes with inclusiveness. So in theory, anyone, anywhere can set up an instance. In practice, however, the current lack of scalable business models means that people really require time to volunteer and financial resources to run their instance. And both things can more likely, no surprise, be found in people with privilege, often white and male presenting. So we really think without dedicated resources, therefore, Mastodon can actually risk repeating patterns of digital colonialism. So in short, before my time runs up, we think it has the potential to provide an alternative, but we still have to address a few things and questions. And the most crucial ones are how can it be financed in a sustainable way? And the second one is, can inclusive participation and safe spaces be scaled effectively in the future? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Charlotte. So this could become a real alternative model. And one of the keywords for me is probably also transparency. You know, that we know what happens, because we don't know this with the big tech. We don't know how they organize content moderation, for example. We just see the results. And so if the Fediverse can deal with this, that would be certainly very much appreciated. Now, last but not least, we want to show you an example of a decentralized content offer. It's actually offering content news online, and this is a project developed by the EBU and a great number of its members. And we first want to show you a little video so that you have an impression of this project.
Our livelihoods and national economies are being convulsed by huge events and forces that are redefining the world as we know it. COVID-19, Russia's war in Ukraine, and the climate crisis. So how can we help our audiences to make sense of it all? A European perspective gives citizens a window into the issues affecting Europe, locally and globally. It's anchored in trusted content and collaborative technology. This initiative is a unique collaboration driven by public service organizations, harnessing the power of AI while keeping public service journalists at the heart of decision-making. Working together in a decentralized, networked newsroom, journalists are unlocking diverse, cross-cultural perspectives and exploring solutions to pan-European challenges. Their work is supported by EBU's EuroVox tool that translates news articles into multiple languages, and stories that your audiences might be interested in are suggested by our AI-assisted content recommendation, Peach. Journalists always ensure transparency and quality of the outputs of the AI-assisted work. The result? Stories that matter from across the continent, in your language, reaching citizens beyond national borders on trusted news websites. Audience surveys confirm that 90% of respondents are interested in reading news from a European perspective. And with a potential audience of 66 million in the participating countries, its reach is unparalleled. The network is expanding fast. Currently, 20 public service organizations in 15 countries are involved, all keen for their journalism to benefit audiences across Europe and for their brands to be visible beyond their borders. The project will continue to evolve as we amplify the value of the work carried out by our journalists, going beyond language barriers and bringing other perspectives to social media platforms too. Join us if you'd like to support innovation and give your audience a European perspective.
Right, so I hope that gave you a good impression of this project, which has been developed now for a while already, so we can show something, and it's really online, it's there. I have my colleague Justyna Kuczabinska here online, and she will briefly explain a little bit about that. And I think my question to her is also, in how far does this project contribute to the European public sphere? Justyna.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Thank you for having me. So my name is Justyna Kuczabinska. I'm the head of news strategy and also director of this project, the European Perspective. But I'm going to take you to a quote to who was the first Secretary General of the European Broadcasting Union in 1920s, because I think it really defines the essence of the efforts. So he said then, if nations could see what news for others was and how others lived, it would endanger peace and understanding. And I think that 100 years later, we are just doing the same thing, which started when the European Broadcasting Union was created, except that we are doing it online through sharing content from public service organizations online for audiences. And I wanted to also bring a quote, and I'm sure that many of you listened or attended or heard this quote before, from Maria Ressa, which was made recently at the Internet for Trust conference at UNESCO. And I think that this quote really explains why there is no choice between, it's not either or. So it's not either personalization and no like mass media journalism or mass journalism. The quote from Maria Ressa is that without facts, we cannot have truth. And without truth, we cannot have trust. And without those three, we have no shared reality. And therefore, we cannot find solutions. And therefore, we cannot have democracy. And as you said, Nicola, one of the underlying aims is for this project as well, this is not the only element, but to contribute to secure the European public sphere, which is reflecting the normative principles, such as human rights, such as diversity, such as inclusion and respect for law. And I will end on telling you that I'm speaking to you from Dublin, where we just held a big industry event, news exchange. For the first time, the journalists came together, almost 500 journalists since COVID. And yes, we talked about journalism. We looked at different aspects. We called it different front lines of journalism. And for me, it is very important, and I go back to why sharing is important, because one of the subjects broadly discussed was the war, of course, in Ukraine, and why people are reporting or taking risking their lives. Why is it so important? And it is very clear, if we stop reporting, it's what's happening in Ukraine, then the society will kind of start slowly forgetting about it. So what I wanted to say is that I believe that, as I said, it's not either or, and there is still place and a strong place to build a shared reality and democracy with trusted journalism. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Justina. We are very proud about this project, as you can see, and we've been developing it for a while now. It's really a practical, let's say, application of what we call the European public sphere, where people can, have different perspectives from different countries. They can make their own informed choice and judgment about what is happening in the world. Now, at this point, I want to open the debate for questions from the floor, from online. So please come here and start. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Maria Lipinska. I'm from Poland. I have seen just recently your website of this project. And I'm so amazed that TVP, our Polish national broadcasting television, is there. If you can say me that it's an objective media, it's a joke for me. And it's not an objective television. It is a propaganda television. It is a public national television. But from my perspective, it is the only source of media that is publishing of this platform about Poland. I can strongly disagree about the different views and attitudes about politics, because this television hasn't shown one of the biggest protests that were about 2 weeks ago in Warsaw, and shown like the most important thing was then the gathering of housewives. So there were no information about it. So I can't imagine why in such project is only one public broadcaster, because as we can see from the point of Poland and Hungary, public broadcasting isn't free of being in a political war and can be a tube of propaganda. And it can happen in any country, not only in Poland, it can happen in any country. That's just my statement, and I agree that such initiatives are worth to develop, but if you want to provide various news from various perspectives, then do various perspectives. Provide a platform for more than just one TV, and provide a platform for independent journalists, because this source is more reliable. Even though we have public broadcasting media, it's not enough to be objective, even if there is no such word as objectivity in journalism. Thank you.
Thank you for this important question. And yes, Justina, I think you can give a good answer to this one.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing. Of course, if you see my name, I'm Polish. I used to work very long time ago for Polish television, and I'm, of course, very aware of different sensitivities and problems. So one element that I want to say is, of course, European Broadcasting Union has a number of members which are under, and these are not, this is not a secret, under a lot of political pressure. And this political pressure is growing and is expanding to countries that have been having very stable media scene and have been didn't have the political pressure. So this is one thing that we have to recognize. Polish public television and Hungarian television are not part of a European perspective. There is so a European perspective as a project, as an EBU project, has also it's built on the editorial principles, and the members participating in the project. They are deciding, and there is a committee which would analyze candidacy of any other member from the EBU who would like to join this public-facing part. So TVP and Hungarian television are not they are not part of the project. And I think, I'll end this just for the clarification, and thank you for the suggestion. We are discussing a lot, about the opening of the project. It started as a public service project, but we are cooperating with other organizations. I will just mention two: Constructive Journalism Institute in Denmark and also Agence France Presse. So, but this is definitely one of the paths that we will be looking at in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina. Just to repeat it, Polish television and Hungarian television are not part of the project, and we have this editorial principles against which each member of the project is checked, and a decision of the group is taken whether they can join or not. So very clear on this. So the next question, please.
Hi, sorry to be always at the mic, but this last comment, and also something one of the panelists said, prompted some reflection. Well, first of all, I come from Italy. In Italy, everybody knows that the news reporting by the public broadcasting service is politically oriented. And I mean, that's a fact. You learn about it. And when the government changes, usually also the news, the directors of the news services change. So people already have that in the back of their minds. And so I was struck by your comment, the comment that we have to continue reporting about the war in Ukraine, otherwise people will stop caring about it, which I agree with. It's important in general to not just the war in Ukraine, maybe all the wars that exist around the world. At the same time, yesterday I quoted a poll in which that said that like 53% of Italians think that, let's say mainstream media news reporting is skewed and manipulated in favor of Ukraine. So where do you think that, is this two sides of the same phenomenon? Where do you think this idea that people seem to have that you should not trust the official media reporting on the war and on everything comes from? Is it coming from the platforms, or is it coming from something maybe older and deeper, a long tradition of political manipulation of media that is now, bringing up the price that we have to pay in the lack of trust that people now have in official information?
Before I give the floor to Justina again, I would like to know, are the questions on this or something else? Because we don't have so much time, so we want to also address the other speakers with questions if possible, so that's fine. Okay, then Justina, please go ahead.
So I think, of course, there is no simple answer because each country has a different context. And it's also connected with the moment in time. So yes, when there are in the countries where there are political pressures, there's a clear indication of the very low trust. I think that probably the best reference for this, very kind of objective and independent, and it's a long-term study, is the Reuters Institute report. That is a digital news report that is released every year. The last one was released only last week, the 14th of June. And it says still that there is a very high level of trust in public service media, but obviously in more Nordic countries. So I think, and as I said, that it really depends on the country and the situation, because we would have seen that in the moments of crisis, there is much higher trust in whether it's public service media or big outlet media. People turn to news. And obviously when the times are maybe calmer, there is this huge phenomenon that we all know also, which is probably the biggest challenge now to journalism, which is news avoidance. And the news avoidance is, of course, connected, is also not that very simple. The news avoidance is not only connected with the fact that I don't trust a particular outlet because there are political pressures, because there are many different outlets. But news avoidance is also connected with very kind of subtle understanding that they are our kind of mental and emotional constructs that are coping mechanisms for us to that the news managers have to be aware, coping with big pressures and with things which in reality bring a lot of worry, such as climate crisis, such as war. So I think it's a very, this is a very, very complex, of course, subject, is how to get the trust. But as I said, I think that if we look at general trends, and again, I will refer to the digital news report, I think that especially in times of crisis, there is still the need for trusted news and trusted media outlets, not only social media.
Thank you, Justina. And just one word. So our project here offers actually content in different languages and across borders. So if people want to be informed, they can also get the views on certain issues from different countries. So that is really the offer we make. So please, the next question.
Thank you. Ilona Stadnik, St. Petersburg State University. Well, I actually want to get back to Fediverse issue because it's really fascinating, but it's not a question, it's a bit of a comment. Actually, Fediverse exists for at least 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, so it's pretty much old, decentralized systems and protocols that supports it. And we just now having such attention because of the Twitter issue and other issues, so we have these waves of popularity. But a year ago, we had a big discussion with the holders of instances in the Russian community. So we were trying to, get the idea what this decentralized metaverse, Fediverse, what is it? Because it's not just Mastodon, yes, like Twitter, it's like Instagram, YouTube, so all the alternatives. And the idea is that you have just one account and you can intercept between different services. That's it. And returning to the problem of content moderation, for some, Fediverse may seem like a silver bullet. So we have this, democratic procedures, all transparency. But no, in reality, you have plenty of instances that are supported by volunteers, and most of them are geeks. So all this, small bubbles are really about some subcultures, very local issues, so they don't have a lot of reach out to the general public. And rules for content moderation is pretty authoritarian, so it's just one person or a small group of them who supports the instance. And users have just two ways. You either accept them or you go away and find another instance or set your own one, which is kind of very tricky and technical and, of course, financial sides. And the last point, no money, no honey. So how can you expect from this kind of platforms any big reach? So it's really works only for some small geeky subculture people. But if we will try to, transfer Twitter level of discussions and issues there, it doesn't work. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Many thanks for this interesting statement. And I would think there's also a question, maybe to Charlotte, is this approach of the Fediverse only something for the geeks, or can it become something for the general public?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think you raised a lot of very important points that, I have only assessed Mastodon so far, but you're right, there are many, many more. And at the current moment, there's also Blue Sky, and Meta will launch its own decentralized alternative, I think this month, actually. So what we see on Mastodon as an example is that actually what you said, that the community on there is very tech focused and not very diverse. So the question really is, how do we get a more diverse community to actually access Mastodon? And this comes with, I think, really the business model, which is also connected to content moderation, because like you said, in the current moment, every instance has to collectively develop their own community guidelines and maintenance their instances. And this works out at the moment because instances, like you said, are very small, but how do they scale? And how can we make sure that if it gets larger, there will be more resources to actually maintain these smaller and then getting bigger instances, because right now people do that on a voluntarily basis. So I think this being said, but I think the most crucial point, like I see your critical points, and I think this is actually what we also came up in our study, that diversity is an issue and has to be addressed. But I think when you look at the larger platforms and see how their content moderation is just organized and without any transparency by just one business company situated in the US, then I do see that there's more potential here in decentralized networks where any instance can actually set up their own guiding rules and has to be transparent about that. So I think this is actually a potential when it comes to content moderation. What we just need to take into account is who will be responsible or should be responsible to finance them in the future. There are different ideas on a business model for decentralized networks. I mean, advertising is probably the most prominent one, but this would actually feed into the logic of the commercial platforms again. But you could also think about a subscription model so that you have to pay €1, I don't know, per month to subscribe, so they can use that to support instances. But you could also, and I think this goes a little bit to my panel here, what do you think of public funds? Should maybe public media be more responsible and say, okay, this can become part of the public infrastructure, communicative infrastructure, so they maybe fund an instance and be more responsible there? What do you think of governments? I think, this raises for me really further questions to be discussed when it comes to the Fediverse.
Yeah, very good question indeed. Thank you. But before I don't know, maybe with Justina wants to take that, but before that, Amy has raised her hand, so please, you want to comment this also?
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the previous question coming from Israel. I was very concerned from the woman from Poland and her comments about the freedom of showing what is happening during protests. And I wanted to mention a case that the board took from Iran when we noticed that Meta is removing protest slogan that translate to "Death to Khamenei." And we asked Meta to issue guidance to its reviewers that such statements do not violate the policy in the given context of protest. And as a result, Meta began allowing reviews to identify previous misenforcement actions and reverse them, which has increased political speech in a critical time for the country where press freedom and other forms of expression have routinely been repressed. So this is one of our possibilities to react relatively quickly as an independent global body and to complement other regulatory and other efforts. So we want to, try to raise your attention to those possibilities and help us identify those important moments where we can intervene.
Yeah, thank you for that. Maybe before we move on with the next question, I have a question for, except if that question is for Oti, is that on the Nordic approach? No, if that's not the case, then I have a question for Oti. And is this Nordic approach, which has been developed, would that be also interesting for other regions, or maybe specifically regions and with smaller countries like the Nordic region?
Thank you, Nicola. Yes, thank you for the question. So I think that definitely, I think this initiative can be interesting also beyond the Nordic region. There can be, for example, similarities to other like smaller language areas and communities needs, for example, initiatives related to content moderation. But of course, like other panelists have also addressed, there's also a need, of course, to address these issues always more specifically in each context. But for sure, I think that this Nordic approach has not emerged in isolation either. It's clearly that this current model with few dominant global actors has become like increasingly challenged, and I think that this again highlights the need for like plurality of voices that should be included and for broad participation on different levels. Yeah, maybe Justina want to continue on that.
Thank you, Oti. And I have Justina who wants to react.
Thank you. It's not so much more a reaction and neither a solution whether public service media should invest, because obviously, as you know, this really happens in each country, so we can't decide. But I think that I just wanted to add one more dimension that we are very concerned about, and of course other journalists and I'm sure the platforms as well, and that is of course the surfacing of the large language models, and the fact that now the large language models, with the release of the ChatGPT in 2022 and other synthetic, possibilities to create synthetic text, media, predictive, generative AI technologies are just going to increase already the pressures that we've had, and there will be even more need to be able to filter things and to our audiences, to citizens, and to be able, and also a much bigger need for transparency, because it doesn't mean that synthetic content or generative AI created content, there is something wrong with it, but how are we going to communicate it? So I think that all the issues that we are discussing, they will just have another even more complex dimension. And as you probably heard, the prediction is that from scientists that by 2026, 90% of the content can be actually created, synthetically created. So I think this is another big dimension we should remember about.
Thank you, Justina. And I take one last question, if it's quick. Time is over? No? Okay, we cannot take it. I'm sorry about that. So then let me thank you all for this really interesting discussion. Special thanks, of course, to our key participants, the speakers at this session. I think there were a lot of aspects covered, and it's very difficult to, let's say, summarize, and I won't do that at this stage because we don't have time. But I can see there is a lot of interest in alternative visions and ideas beyond regulation and beyond the big tech. So that, I think, is an important message to make at this stage. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a good continuation, and I hope that we have a good discussion this afternoon also on the messages. Thank you. And thank you, Virginia and Nadia, for helping me. Thank you.
And of course, a big thank you to Nicola for moderating this wonderful session.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Nicola didn't have enough time to summarize what this session was about, but luckily we do have Adriana from the Geneva Internet Platform who is creating the EuroDIG messages. So do stay with us after lunch to see the results of the message drafting of the 3 main topics that are being done by Adriana. So now that we are nearing the end, I would like to invite you to come to this last session. We're now going to have lunch, and at 2:30 we hope to see you back. It will bring together all the different debates and discussions that we have. And please, we look forward to seeing how these discussions have been developing over the last 2 days with this intercultural community from diverse stakeholder groups, backgrounds, and sectors. So please do come back, and I look forward to seeing you there. See you after lunch. And then I would like to ask... Hello and welcome back, everyone, after the lunch. I'm not quite ready to call it the end, but I'd like to say that we're going to start something very beautiful, and that is to wrap up what we have learned over the past few days. And for this, I would like to invite Thomas Schneider, the president of the EuroDIG Support Association, please, to come onto the stage. Give him a warm welcome.
I take this one. Yes, it's already on. Yes, thank you, Nadia. Hello, everybody. I will not be too long because you will get the messages, the summary of the messages, and be able to look at them and discuss them very soon. I'd just like to say that having been in this since the beginning of EuroDIG, I think we are at a different point than where we were 15 years ago. We were all very optimistic that technology and social media would help to democratize our countries, would offer new opportunities. We may have some challenges, but we'll solve them. So there was a different tone then, and now when we see what we are and how we are discussing now, I think the tone has changed. But that's obviously, or clearly not because of the tools themselves, but the world has changed in which we live. We have gone through the pandemic, that had some, that was challenging, but also it showed actually opportunities on how we can use technology. And now we're in a situation where in this continent there's a war going on, which is something that none of us has really thought this would happen until recently. And we need to readjust a number of things. And that also, of course, has an impact on the discussion on how to use technology. And so the key things that we were discussing were, of course, shifting the focus a little bit to being more worried about fragmentation, not just of our societies and our continent, but also on the digital world. What does this mean? What do these increasing geopolitical tensions mean to things that we have gotten used to as like global actors, being globally connected? Also with this, of course, issues of cybersecurity have become a new dimension because, there are actors out there that have an even greater interest to weaken our societies, our infrastructures, our economies, but also our democracies through interfering by digital means into our societies, be it with disinformation, but also be it with trying to basically block or paralyze infrastructures. So far, we have been quite good in defending the functioning of this, but you never know how this is going to continue. And of course, the concerns are legitimate. Then, of course, there are new technologies, there are new issues that we discuss. Not for the first time, talking about AI, of course, that has been an issue for quite some time, but in the past few months and maybe year, it has become clear, not to those only that are working very closely with these technologies, but it has become clear to everybody through the media, through the hype around some of the applications, that this is something that offers enormous opportunities, but also raises challenges. And also there, the discussion has been a little bit more on the challenges than on the opportunities, which is understandable, of course, because there are things we need to overcome. But I think we should not forget also that these technologies, if the incentives are set to use them for the good and not for the bad, offer enormous opportunities for us. And I think we will have to and will be able to deal with these technologies and systems like what we have learned with other inventions. What it is clear, though, is that, of course, they will transform our daily lives in a way that is fundamental, probably comparable to the invention of engines that were using fuels. Many people compare data or call data the new oil, so we can also call AI systems the new engines, and that will transform the automatization of things that used to be done by people in the first revolution that were replaced, mechanic works that were replaced by machines. Now it is cognitive works that are replaced by machines, at least to some extent, and we're probably still in the beginning, so that will transform our societies, will raise a lot of questions, but if we manage this right, I think it will help us also to solve a few problems that we are struggling with. So of course, this is something that has been in the center here. Linked to AI and data, of course, is the platformization that is one key driver of these changes that also offer great opportunities because it has never been as efficient as today to match personal demands with an individualized, personalized offer, which economically, of course, is an unbeatable progress. At the same time, it offers questions about who controls our society, how does this affect democratic processes, how does this affect our economies, from the media system to any other system, health, education, and so on. And we've seen quite a number of specific workshops and sessions on, for instance, the use of AI in education and with children, and how this transforms not only the educational system itself, but also the role of the teachers, the demands on parents, and so on and so forth. And I think we had lots of good debates that are an inspiration on finding a way on how to deal with these things. Again, setting the right incentives, and we even had interplanetary discussions, which is something, of course, that is still a little bit forward-looking, but we'll see. And in the end, I think it is clear that we'll have to face challenges. We'll have to find solutions. Let's all hope and work together that the geopolitical situation improves, that this unbelievable tragedy with this war ends, and then so that we can concentrate on successfully facing the challenges of the digital revolution. And I think it is also good, and we've witnessed it's good to have young people as a very vocal part of EuroDIG, because in the end they are the ones that should also and will come up with new ideas, with new ways of looking at things, with questioning those that are taking decisions now, because this is the way it should be. So we were very happy to have had youth that vocal in this EuroDIG, so that was really an enrichment. And of course also we've heard about some Finnish or Nordic ideas, solutions, way to deal with things that may not be known even elsewhere in Europe, so that was another inspiration. So having said this, let's move to Adriana and the messages where we will go through and you will have a chance to comment. Thank you.
Okay, so actually Thomas was supposed to announce me as well, and Adriana, of course, because, hey, Adriana, in which camera shall I look? In this one, right? To see me. Adriana was supposed to be here in person, but circumstances made it impossible for her to travel to Tampere. But latest since the pandemic, we are a good team also working online. So I will be your voice in the room, and Adriana will lead us to the messages that she took, but I would like to, one more time, we did it at the beginning already, to explain a little bit how the messages will be drafted, because we believe that's a very crucial moment of our conference. Adriana has followed all the session online, and she took notes, and she will try to prepare or to propose some bullet points, what could be the most essential things. It's not about writing a report of this conference. It's really about getting the key messages out of this room to the policymakers, to the community and elsewhere, and to the global IGF, of course. And you here in the room, you are asked to let us know if you have strong objections with what she's bringing forward. We are not supposed to discuss every little detail and every little word. I mean, sometimes a word matters, but you should think wisely if you really need to insist that a word needs to be changed, that a sentence needs to be changed. It's rather about, do you disagree or agree with them in general? Can you live with it? And this is what we call a rough consensus. At the IETF, consensus is built by humming. They do and as loud as the humming is, it goes through or not, I was told. we are not doing the humming. We would like to invite those who have objections to what Andriana will present us to go to the open mic and take the floor, or to make yourself visible in our Zoom chat, and you can, if you feel uncomfortable with speaking via Zoom because your mic is not in order, then Virginia will be happy to read it out. Otherwise, you are also invited, our remote participants, to speak up, and they will be given the floor, just as Adriana has now. But Adriana, I would hand over to you now, and maybe you can also say a few words how you came to that point to come up with the messages. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Sandra. Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon. I think it's for all of us. I'm very sorry that I can't be in Finland with you. I'm certain that I would look better because, as I can see, I'm very green on that screen. But as long as my audio works properly, we should be able to get through this without any major issues. Let me first start with saying that the GIP has been the official reporting partner for EuroDIG for quite some time now. And we are happy to be the official partner this year as well. We have been reporting from digital policy events, major digital policy events, including EuroDIG, since at least 2015. And the aim, of course, is to help stakeholders follow parallel debates, understand current and emerging issues, and explore topics in more depth. Also, we aim to bridge the existing gaps in stakeholder participation and to overcome barriers that are created by policy silos. But this year, we have, of course, had to upgrade, as many of us did, with the dawn of generative AI. So we have made a change in how we do what we do. And this year's reporting from EuroDIG is actually hybrid. What that means is that the reports from the discussion, and there will be a report from discussions, will be provided by Diplo's AI platform, which we cheekily called Diplo GPT. It's a sophisticated domain-specific artificial intelligence solution that is designed to exploit the capabilities of advanced natural language processing technologies. It combines state-of-the-art speech-to-text, information retrieval, text generation, and text-to-voice models to create a specialized high-performance tool for diplomatic and policy reporting. We put it in action in May for the UN Security Council, so it already debuted. And the reports from EuroDIG will follow a similar structure. I'll share a link in the chat for the perusal of our online participants. I won't share my screen at this time, so we have more time to go into the messages. And I did set hybrid at the beginning, and that is exactly the human crafted part of reporting messages. As mentioned by Thomas at the opening, the messages will be made available in a matrix. You will be able to read them horizontally by topic and vertically by focus area. My team and I took notes, and we have formulated between 1 and 3 bullet points, mostly 2 to 3 bullet points per subtopic. And I'll be reading out vertically for the purpose of agreeing on messages by consensus. The organizing teams will then finalize the messages in the following days. As Sandra said, we are aiming for a rough consensus. So please bear in mind that the messages do still need to be edited for grammar and language. But if you spot something that's glaringly wrong, please feel free to point it out, and we'll make a change right here on the spot. Without any further ado, we are starting with main topic 1, impact of war. Yesterday, we discussed in subtopic 1, shattered neutrality and the internet at crossroads of war and geopolitics. And our first message is that technology has brought new aspects of warfare, but we need to keep in mind that at the core are the people with their democratic rights. Our second message is that revoking a CCTLD is technically wrong because the global internet is what holds our societies together. Talking to loved ones and friends, working, receiving education and entertainment, a single global internet was at the heart of that. ICANN's stewardship role overseas CTLDs removes geopolitics from such equations. And we also said that more needs to be done about constraining propaganda content on the internet. The DSA and DMA will be helpful in this regard. I'll take a pause at this point, and if there is a need for me to read anything out again, I will gladly do so.
And Andriana, maybe it's good if you would share the screen so that everyone can kind of read through what you have just said. We have it on a script here, but that goes up rather quickly. If you could enlarge it a bit. Oh, yeah, a bit enlarge it maybe, and then, yeah, wonderful, that should be fine. So, as Andriana said, we go through them by topic now. That was the main topic from yesterday, impact of the war, where we had 3 subtopics. And these are the messages that she would suggest. I give you a moment to let it think, to read through it. I would also invite particular those who were in that session to comment on it. I see a hand over there. Adam, maybe we should introduce the catch mic.
Hello, Adam Peake, ICANN. I would generalize that second paragraph to say something different rather than CCTLD and ICANN, something more specific around the importance of the global single internet, which certainly was something that was mentioned and I guess generally agreed upon. So I can't think of wording at the moment, but I think it's a little bit overly specific sitting there. Thanks.
Okay, someone seconds in the room and even more. Yeah, I can see Andriana, not at the moment, but Andriana, I can tell you there is agreement in the room to what Adam just said.
Yeah. I suggest that we make a note for the organizing team to try to make it more general, and we're not against it as it is, but we just need to generalize it a bit. So I'd say that we can go ahead with how it is and leave to the organizing team, who are, of course, the most familiar with the topic, to make a suggestion. How would that sound?
Maybe, Andriana, it would be good if you just take notes, bullet points for yourself, because this kind of process
absolutely.
where we agree on the wording, that will be then done on the commenting platform. To explain the audience in the room who has no idea what our commenting platform is, the commenting platform for these kind of messages is only to do the final edits in order to get the grammatic and the typos right. And if something comes up in this discussion here, to find agreement there. But we should be sure that we leave the room with a same idea. So I would suggest that is indeed a topic or an issue for our commenting platform, and this will take place the next week then, over the next week. I see there's a comment from online.
Exactly, yes. There's a comment from Lars Eggert saying, would point out that also revoking address space is similarly problematic than revoking a TLD. And then there's a disagreement with Adam. The .eu story was much discussed. Proposal maybe worded so that it also incorporates cutting physical connections or routing as well.
Okay, so there was disagreement with what the room agreed. Okay. Okay, let's give Andriana the time to take notes.
Note taken. Thank you very much for the comment.
Okay, I think you have also the comment in the chat since you are on Zoom.
Let me see. We've had a comment that says that we should remove geopolitics from the message since it's not really possible. At the rate we're going, I think we're going to have to scrape this message. All right, a note taken. Thank you, Mr. Mike Nelson, for the comment.
But let me ask all participants in the room and online. Obviously, I see we have some divergent opinions on the second paragraph. Are there divergent opinions on the first and on the third paragraph?
Hi, Lars Eckert, Charity IETF. I just want to point out that this is a good example of using the word internet for two different things, right? Because the second bullet talks about the communications fabric that many of us on the technical side call the internet. And the third bullet is purely about the content layer, which is something that exists on top of the internet and may or may not need regulation, but it's actually two different things. And using the word internet for the same thing has been confusing for a long time. Thank you.
That's indeed the case, and we just had a discussion with colleagues about this, what we understand under the internet. So, Andriana, I think we need to be a bit more precise on what we are speaking about. Do we speak on the content layer or on the technical infrastructure layer in our messages?
I do believe this one was about the technical infrastructure layer.
Yeah, then that should be a bit more precise. Uri? Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Uri Lansipuro. On the second point, yeah, the question of the Russian CCTLDs, whether to revoke them, that was, of course, the concrete case that brought this theme to EuroDIG and also to IGF, actually, in Ethiopia. But I think that the point is actually, it's a larger question. The question is really whether the geopolitical stress test that is now going on the internet, whether the internet actually can be kept as a whole a sort of neutral background, neutral ground for communication, or will that eventually, if the geopolitical situation gets worse, will that actually be disrupted in one way or another? So it was, as I said, I repeat, CCTLD was the case in point, but actually the question is much, much larger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I see there is agreement. Andriana, is this enough food for thoughts to come up with a new suggestion then later on the commenting platform?
I do believe it is, yes.
Okay. Then I suggest we take the second paragraph to the commenting platform on our on our newsletter. In our social media platforms, you will be able to get the direct, and also on our website, to get the direct link to the commenting platform. On the commenting platform, you have to register. It's a WordPress-based instrument. It's not an, how would you call it? Not an app. So data protection should be warranted. And then you will have 1 week to make your comments on that platform with what Andriana will suggest next, and then we will finalize it at the end of, in the first week of July, right? That was the plan. Raul?
Yep.
Ah, now I see you have the thing in your hand.
Yes, Raul Plummer from the Electronic Frontier, Finland. Maybe the revoking a CCTLD is technically wrong. Maybe it could be reworded for is fragmenting the internet.
Thank you. Adriana, please take also note of that comment. And we have the transcript as well, so we have all the material that we need. Is there someone on remote?
Not at this point.
Remotely, if possible. Does constraining propaganda refer only to specific propaganda, like the one from Russia, or should it include propaganda from other countries as well, like China, or in some cases also Western governments?
But since no other country is mentioned, I think it refers to propaganda as such, and not to a specific one.
Just very briefly, I think we have a second entire topic on internet fragmentation, so I would avoid putting internet fragmentation into everything else. Maybe we could put some order. I think we're getting into world meeting in a room with 100 people plus online, and this is not going to go anywhere. So I think we need to have a robust discussion online somewhere about how to fix this and make it work.
Okay, but let me ask the question the other way around. Is there something in this message that you are missing, where you say, hey, this was actually discussed and it's not reflected here, that could make the message a bit more stronger?
I don't remember what all is still coming up. I'm Len Rompainen from Electronic Frontier Finland, but perhaps related to propaganda is also the media literacy side, because we will never be rid of everything, all propaganda on the internet.
Okay, agreement, Adriana? There's agreement in the room? Anything we should add? Anything should be mentioned? Okay, then I would consider this a rough consensus for the messages on the first main topic and the 3 subtopics. Thank you very much. Then, Adriana, please let's go to the... Are you ready or do you need a moment?
Completely ready. I'll review the transcript and the recording of this session afterwards, and I'll make sure to include all the... I've took notes, of course, but I want to make sure to include everything properly that has been said. So I suggest we move to subtopic 2, yes?
Okay, super. Then let's go to the second part. Subtopic 2, navigating challenges and strengthening...
Ukraine's and European internet infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah.
Only one message this time around, which was the most strong one. Ukrainian operatives are seeking to share their unique experiences in responding to internet disruptions, threats, and other challenges within the wider community. A call for action was made at the Best Current Operational Practices Task Force, urging the community to help document Ukrainian operators' experiences and turn them into practical guidelines. These guidelines will cover areas such as rebuilding networks, increasing resilience, and creating future-proof infrastructure. We thought this message to be very important because documenting the experiences has been something that has been mentioned in multiple sessions and not only in main topic 1.
So, floor is yours. Oksana.
Much. I would like to add that Ukrainian resilience is impossible without worldwide cooperation and help and support. Unfortunately, we have very good lessons of such cooperation and not very good lessons, and it can be analyzed. Thank you.
Any other comments? There's one over there. Alexi?
Hi, Alexi Suhonen from Finland, Tampere. I think this bullet looks very good as is, although maybe it could be broken down into a couple of separate bullets, but I'm all for this.
Okay, so you suggest making 2 paragraphs out of this one. Yeah, good idea. Anything else? Objections?
So, for example, the last part, these guidelines, that could, for example, be a separate bullet.
Okay, I think we are fine with this one. Andriana, then let's go to the third subtopic. And I was a bit confused. I thought the other one was all 3 subtopics. Oh, that's a long one.
That is a longer one. Of course, we can shorten it. I have been informed reliably by my note taker that this part was an elaboration of the first part. So perhaps that is something that we can exclude. But let me first read the first draft, and then we can make the decision together. Promoting and upholding human rights, democracy, and the rule of law is and has always been the best defense against aggression and authoritarianism. To protect people in times of crisis, there must be proper standards and approaches before the crisis breaks out. In addition, state institutions and other key stakeholders need to be properly prepared to combat hate speech and build resilience against disinformation. And then we have the elaborate part, which says a clear legal framework is required to provide public authorities, law enforcement, media, and internet providers with a comprehensive, collaborated approach and specific criteria for evaluating, moderating, and prosecuting incidents of hate speech. Also, a multi-stakeholder coalition is needed with an increased role of civil society organizations who are well placed to support other institutions in the fight against hate speech. And the other message is, when reporting, especially in times of crisis, it is essential to keep international standards, rule-based approach, and respect for the basic principles. One should always get to the bottom of the information and adhere to basic values and principles when evaluating the information. Asking questions is the best way to protect democracy. Over to you in the room and online.
So my first impression is we definitely need to shorten the first paragraph, because otherwise that's not a message anymore, that's a bit long. But content-wise, I invite you to comment.
Got that far. Peter Koch, I'm a bit confused by the overemphasis of combating hate speech, where the headline is about protection in the times of crisis, and also given that hate speech is not necessarily a crime, that the mitigation is for law enforcement, without in that message being balanced by any consideration given to free speech. Thank you.
There was a comment in the back of that was the same? Okay, so there is agreement that we should more go along the line of protecting citizens instead of combating hate speech?
I second what the previous speaker said, and I think part of the problem is because the paragraph is so long, so the details that follow in the grey section leads us to think that it's only about hate speech, which I don't think is the case. I think the point here is that we need to promote and uphold human rights, democracy and rule of law, and we need to have proper standards and approaches before the crisis breaks out. We need to be prepared, and I think the first part for me covers it. If a concern is about freedom of expression, then it's preparing to combat hate speech, including that which passes the criminal threshold or something like that. But I would also want to emphasize that hate speech in general is a problem. Even if it's lawful, it's still awful and very dangerous. But I would suggest just delete the grey, and it might address the concern. My point, maybe connected to the second one, is I think we need to say something about protecting journalists or the media sector in times of crisis. For me, it's not only about the information and proper, but it's also the actual people that are targeted are at risk and things like that, and shrinking space for media and journalists to do their work. I think something like that also, and there are standards about how to protect them, and I think that we need to do a shout out for their work and protect them.
Okay, and Andriana, I guess you can take notes on that part.
Yeah, I think that the first part is missing the recognition of the tension between, combating hate speech and disinformation and protecting the freedom of expression of people, which includes criticizing their governments even in times of crisis. And this is too much like, we need to stop hate speech. I think there should be a recognition that still we need to preserve the ability of citizens of say what they think, even if it's not in line with their government, which is what characterizes Western countries in respect to authoritarianism.
I feel there is at least agreement in the room on what the changes could be. So I think that is also a matter for the commenting platform. Andriana will come up with the new suggestions, and you have 1 week to see if that is what captures our feeling, right? Good. Then, Andriana, let's go to main topic 2 now, fragmentation.
Yes, so let's start with subtopic 1, understanding the risks of internet fragmentation. Before I do move to subtopic 1, I'd just like to point out that we as rapporteurs, we write down what has been discussed. And if the community wants to draft a new message at this point in this wrap-up, we have, of course, nothing against it, but we do need to say that what you see on your screen is what has been discussed in these days. So going to subtopic 1 of main topic 2, understanding the risks of internet fragmentation. Different government actors and stakeholders have different perspectives as to what internet fragmentation is, and it is thus crucial to address the risks that come with it rather than trying to define it. Regulations imposed by governments that fragment the internet, whether intentionally or not, are preventing the internet from being an open space. The failure to explain the nuance of regulations that fragment the internet and the unclear type of intervention imposed by regulations are among the concerns that need to be addressed to prevent human rights violations. And the second message is geopolitics is yet another concern, as politicizing the fundamentals of the internet can endanger its technical nature, as content regulations that had unintentional effects on the technical level are now becoming too intentional. Thus, the call for action is to enhance communication between governments and cross-governmental education on internet governance. And this, interestingly enough, brings us back to the second message that we had today that was a bit, that didn't really inspire consensus. So let us see how this one will go.
Thank you, Andriana. And we have already one coming to the mic.
Hi, Lars Eggert again, chairing the IETF. On the first point, I actually am in agreement with almost everything except the very last bit. It's not just human rights violations that are the issue, it's actually breaking the internet that's the issue as well. I think that Andrew Sullivan made that point pretty clear in his keynote. So I would want to sort of highlight that that is actually the danger here. On the second bullet, yes, enhancing communication between governments and cross-government education on internet governance is useful, but I think we need to generally have a stronger dialogue between governments and regulators and the technical community that can explain what the implications of some of those policy choices are. Again, Andrew ran through the Internet Society sort of impact analysis thing, which I think is a good example of something that can be done and can sort of guide regulation in the right direction. So I don't quite know how to capture this, but this is sort of what I want to put out there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, but this is my topic. So, I mean, I have two problems with the first point. The first one is that the central paragraph on regulations imposed by governments is too general. There are regulations imposed by governments that, well, fragment the internet because apparently any national regulation is fragmenting the internet, but they actually are aimed at keeping the internet open, like network neutrality regulations, like the digital market sector, which is trying to prevent competition and openness. So I think that's too general. I mean, it really depends on the individual. So you should make this, I mean, there are some regulations that might, I mean, but there needs to be it needs to be less general. And the other thing is that I remember at least one of the panelists, Yulf, speaking at length on fragmentation by private sector, and I don't see anything about it in these messages.
There's one behind you. Did it cover you?
I was going to reflect on the issue of it's not only governments but also corporations, and this was mentioned a few times already during the panel on walled gardens. So yeah.
Okay. Anyone else in the room? Okay, then I think that is a third paragraph that needs a little bit more work on it and goes also to the commenting platform. Or did Adriana, I didn't follow it, did she include everything that you said? No.
No, definitely a matter for the commenting platform.
Okay, super. The first one, actually, not the second.
Sorry, I heard you said the last part. All right, let us move on, yes?
Yeah.
Subtopic 2, internet fragmentation. What's next? Let me just move. The Global Digital Compact, and we'll call it GDC from now on, has encouraged states to address fragmentation and has begun the process of communication on this matter. Respecting stakeholders, shaping internet protocols, promoting global discussions through platforms like the IGF, and open and competitive digital markets are crucial to combat internet fragmentation and the digital divide, while emphasizing that content policies should align with international human rights principles to ensure a unified and rights-based approach. To be fair, this sentence might have to be broken down a bit. And the other message is there is a need for harmonization and cooperation among stakeholders to understand the causes of internet fragmentation. We should rethink the internet fragmentation discussion to not conflate it with business interests and ensure that the technical aspect is addressed carefully. Over to our audience.
One is coming to the stage. Actually, you could have joined Adriana.
Hi, last second. I feel tempted to sit in the first row. On the first bullet, right, so the IGF has no mandate to shape internet protocols. Internet protocols are developed in a multi-stakeholder fashion, mostly in the IETF, some of them in the ITU, and the IGF specifically is not the forum for that standardization. So that is just wrong, and we need to remove that. There's also a lot of other things that I want to say about the Global Digital Compact. I don't know if I can make it up on the spot, but I would sort of encourage us to recognize that coordination, as it's been called out as something that is supposed to be encouraged here, has actually been happening for decades, at least in the technical community, but also with individual governments and regulators. I mean, the Internet Society, the IETF, the RIRs, ICANN, the CCTLDs, and other TLDs, sort of all these entities are decades old and have been coordinating for decades. And so it's good that the UN recognizes that coordination is helpful when it comes to developing the internet, but it's a little bit disappointing to see that they seem to see a void here where it doesn't really exist, right? So those of us who have done this for a while are engaged in it. And I don't quite know how to reflect that, but that would be my top level point. Thank you.
I think it's obvious what you say about the IGF, that this is not a space to shaping internet protocols. So that needs to be more specific, and also the other comment I think can be included. Any objections or anything in general on the messages? Okay, no disagreement in the room? Then Adriana, please go ahead.
We are moving to subtopic 3, and we're wrapping up essentially main topic 2 with this. How can the Global Digital Compact prevent internet fragmentation? In the context of internet fragmentation, we should aim for the GDC to embody higher ideals than other UN processes, focusing on real global challenges like diversity, development, and multilingualism. I was told that this was a particularly strong message from this session. The positive element of the GDC process should lie in the understanding that it does not end with the completion of deep dives, but necessitates continuous multi-stakeholder engagement, with stakeholders in national or regional IGS like EuroDIG remaining actively involved in the implementation and realization of the GDC. EuroDIG community must be committed to ensuring that the GDC goes beyond a mere statement and initiates a process of actionable commitment, accountability, and transparency involving all stakeholders. And our last message for this subtopic is, rather than duplicating existing efforts, the GDC should complement the work of organizations like ICANN or the IGF. The existing structures and the multi-stakeholder approach within the UN should be leveraged, as they have already provided specific responses to the Secretary General's call, including addressing fragmentation, while acknowledging the need for their evolution to effectively address challenges and ensure accountability. Over to our audience and participants, of course.
Comments? Anna?
Thank you very much. Well, I think that the third bullet, we should not focus on the ICANN or the IGF, because what I think that the panel wanted to focus on the audience, and so all the participants that participated in this meeting, is that the existing structures that exist nowadays, it's not, and we not envisage ICANN or IGF only, so it's the UN bodies and organizations and beyond that. So I think that the main message should be, rather than duplicating existing efforts or existing bodies or something else, I don't know, I didn't reflect on that. But the thing is here that the GDC should complement or update or I don't know, but not to focus and to mention entities for the time being. I think the debate is too sensitive and not to, I don't think it's good now to mention any entity.
I see there's agreement to that comment. There's a comment over there. Jan, Anna, maybe you could throw the phone.
I would be hesitating because I think the GDC has the potential to stop the current internet governance, and I don't think there's an agreement that we think this should be done. So I think we should emphasize that the multi-stakeholder approach should be kept and should not be replaced by the GDC, and maybe we should rather mention the multi-stakeholder approach, well, which is in there, but we should make sure, if we delete the organizations, I think we should really emphasize that the multi-stakeholder approach should not be replaced by a GDC approach that is actionable. And because multi-stakeholder approach is not actionable, having an actionable approach will have automatically a tendency to replace a multi-stakeholder approach. So we should point to this risk, I guess.
Okay, but I think this is not in contradiction to what Anna in principle said. So one can be deleted to be less specific, but the multi-stakeholder approach should be underlined in this message. This is what I get out here.
Sandra, maybe I have a solution. The existing structures and the multi-stakeholder approach within the UN should be leveraged, it says now. If we take out within the UN, then it's the broader multi-stakeholder approach.
Good point.
On the other hand, I do have a comment online that is saying that specific is better. If EuroDIG does not support IGF, who will?
Maybe put it in bracket, like the IGF or like ICANN.
I absolutely second what the comment on the chat, because we are part of the IGF process. And already we skipped IGF in the previous phrase, so I think it's a mistake not to mention. If we can eventually add WSIS, if we want to be democratic, but at least IGF has to be there.
Anna has a comment on this?
I think that we have to be very straight to the point that IGF should continue to exist, and that the Global Digital Compact can be something different as an agenda within our common agenda for sustainability, etc. So this should be phrased in order that IGF should not be touched and should not even be, and should not evolve for something as we know what I'm talking about. So IGF should be mentioned as something that should continue because it's a unique process that led to the NRIs, that is something huge. And and I don't know if it is the GDC should complement the work of human bodies and organizations. I don't know if it is the right thing to say about the GDC. But it's a new agenda, so it's not a new agenda, but an updated agenda of the risks, of what is at stake, what we have to discuss nowadays. So that is okay, but it should not lead to a discussion that only involves governments.
So I have the feeling that there's kind of a little discussion here in the room how we frame it. I think everyone wants to achieve the same. The question is how we frame it. So I would also suggest that goes on the commenting platform and invite you to finalize this paragraph with Adriana.
Sandra.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe I can help with the framing, because this is, of course, nothing new. Maybe we should, I also think that the wording is not that fortunate. Maybe we should say that the GDC, and in particular its implementation, should build on the existing structure that has been created by the World Summit and the Information Society, including the IGF, and that these fora should be used for the follow-up and should be strengthened and so on. I would avoid words like complement. I would also try to make and you can then integrate the existing structures, including multi-stakeholder, but if you mention the IGF, then that is obvious. You may not necessarily mention ICANN, because that may be putting them in a special light, but if you refer to the existing institutions that have been created by the WSIS and thereafter, and explicitly mention the IGF as one of the key ones, and that anything that the GDC does or alludes to the future should be using this framework, that may be the message that you want to give.
I think that's on the record now. I saw agreement in the room, and Adriana will come up with a new phrasing. Then, in the interest of time, let's go to the last main topic, digital platforms.
And we have the longest messages here, but you all seem to be in a good mood and you all seem to be well rested. So as long as you need me to be here, I am available today. Let's go to subtopic 1, virtual worlds, but real risks, navigating metaverses as the next generation of digital platforms. The rapid pace of innovation and the lessons that we have learned so far make it crucial to establish robust governance for virtual worlds. This will enable them to become open, interconnected spaces that are accessible and secure for everyone. Neglecting the governance aspect of future virtual worlds on a global scale could lead to exclusive communities controlled by a select few. By collaborating with global stakeholders and utilizing existing non-governance structures, we'll have to change this, like EuroDIG, ICANN, and IGF, we should aim to build upon shared interests and make progress together. I suggest we say existing structures here. It is imperative that we persist in engaging in the discussion regarding the metaverse, even as it loses its current trendiness and gives way to the prominence of AI. Although the metaverse may no longer be a prevailing topic of conversation, it is of utmost importance that we continue to prioritize the governance aspect. To foster a constructive trajectory, we must proactively contemplate the governance framework in advance of widespread metaverse utilization. When addressing the implementation and enforcement of human rights, it is crucial to prioritize reaching a collective agreement before delving into considerations of implementation and enforcement. The key aspect is to unite on a global level and acknowledge that state-centric, corporate-led governance is inadequate. The metaverse should be a shared space belonging to everyone, and it is imperative for us to establish the principles that will enable this inclusivity. And the last message for this subtopic is, in our physical existence, we navigate the realm of digital tools. It is vital to recognize that these tools are meant to serve and support us, the human being. Our goal should be to ensure that the virtual world remains in service to the analog world, harmonizing both spheres for the benefit of humanity. And I would stop there. Let me just scroll back so you can see all the messages, and over to you.
Thank you, Andrea. I can make a first comment that is way too long for a message.
Yes, I do agree.
But
I do agree.
I also understand that this was today's session and you did not really have time to go a little bit deeper in this one. For instance, sentence like the very first one, the rapid and pace, which is just a description of what it's the status now, we can possibly delete. So I suggest that this paragraph will be kind of shortened, but I ask you, or I invite you to let us know if you agree to the content of this. There's a comment in the far back. I think that's Emilia, yeah?
Thanks. My name is Emilia Zalewska-Czajczyńska. I am from the National Research Institute NASK, and I was the focal point of this session, but I would just like to make one comment that maybe in this first message it would be important to highlight that metaverses are not something that came out of nowhere, but they are in fact the next generation of the existing social media platforms. There's discontinuity, so of course there will be new challenges also regarding governance, but it is not something totally new. We have this continuation in the development from the existing internet, existing platforms to the Web 3.0 to metaverses, so maybe it would be good to highlight it in this first message. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia. Other comments? Jon?
Thank you. I would build on that comment. Since it's not completely new, the governance aspect is not new either. So maybe we can remove a bit emphasis on the governance aspect, because the governance needs to be adapted, but it's not that these systems would be without governance, because all the existing governance of social media will apply to them. So maybe we can, when we cut down, we see the governance aspect being emphasized in every paragraph. We could reduce quite a bit there.
Okay, point taken. Any other comments? Seems to be not the case. Then, Andriana, let's move on to the next subtopic.
Yes, and we are nearing the end. The subtopic 2 is on European Union digital transformation, regulatory challenges, technical impacts, and emerging opportunities. Defining security is difficult, if not impossible, due to the evolving nature of technology. Current EU regulatory frameworks aim to cover most of the risks posed by existing technologies, such as the Cyber Resilience Act, which is in the making to protect the security of digital aspects. Security is not absolute. It was always about risk management and reducing vulnerabilities, which depends mainly on the company's software. What should be borne in mind is that it is not only about regulatory implementation, but also compliance, requiring companies to be equipped to fulfill the certification requirements for vulnerabilities, which may be challenging for nonprofit organizations and academia, among others, who may not have the funds to complete them. And our last message for this subtopic is that it is imperative to ensure that people are educated on the fundamentals of technology and have a deeper understanding of how technology works. Considering that technology is changing and evolving, it is essential to ensure that people in the technology industry are always outdated and educated on the new risks that may appear. And over to you.
Back to the room. There's one comment.
Hi, thank you. On the third topic, I was under the impression that what had been discussed as well was the importance of educating people, like general population, on technology and its risks throughout the entire life, so lifelong learning education, which is currently not really present in the topic.
Okay.
We have added end users next to people in the technology industry, so I believe that would adequately, for now, cover what has been commented upon.
Yeah, there is agreement from the commenter.
Good.
Lars, on the second point, so certification is not a sufficient solution for security, right? Because certified software or hardware can still have vulnerabilities. And for many parts, especially for the internet protocols, there isn't actually any standardized certification available. So I think this bullet or this number really overemphasizes certification as a solution here. I think this is probably something we want to dial down.
Yeah, that needs to be more precise.
Well, the message that says that security is not only about regulation, but also about compliance. So we thought that this was well balanced, but we are open to any suggestions as to how to rebalance the second message.
I think for number 2, the issue on certification is that it's tied to the Cyber Resilience Act, that thou must certify certain things. And so how do you go about certifying that you're compliant with what's regulated? And I know that it's a rather slippery slope when you look at certification. What are you certifying? How are you going to do it? Who's going to do it? But in looking at that regulation, it was a requirement. So what is that all about? And I think that's what some of the panelists tried to pull out was it's a requirement. There are a lot of options, but what option is the right option to take?
So I also feel that here we have a mutual understanding, but we need to frame it in the right form that the message gets out right. And I would also suggest to put that on the commenting platform. Okay, then any other comments, or there's one comment in the far back?
Thank you very much. Maciej Grom from NASK, Polish Research Institute. I think that we could add, I'm not sure to which bullet, but we should add or just underline that keeping the democracy and transparency is also very important. We had a great panel today about democracy, and I think this is the good place to add and highlight this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good. I think then we are done with this part. Andriana, let's go to the last one. We are running overtime already.
Yes, we are. And right off the bat, I know that message number 2 is very long, but it's also very specific. And since specificity and non-specificity is something that we have been discussing, this message might also be completely removed if we decide to do so. But let's start with message number 1 on platforms as critical infrastructure for democratic discourse. In today's digital age, the most common criticism is that too much power is concentrated in the hands of big tech. Decentralized platforms have the potential to provide an alternative and overcome some of the concerning features of dominant social platforms, such as surveillance capitalism, the attention economy, and digital colonialism. Yet there are still a number of questions and challenges that need to be addressed, such as sustainable financing and the lack of scalable business models. Message number 2, the overly specific one, says, a Nordic approach to democratic debate in the age of big tech, an initiative resembling the EU's Digital Services Act, presents 5 visions for the Nordic region and some rural communities for concrete actions, and can be applied to countries and regions beyond the Nordic region, especially to smaller countries and language communities. The first action considers Nordics as a united tech democratic region, supporting the implementation of DSA and giving Nordics a shared voice in the EU and towards digital platforms. The second relates to enhancing digital literacy, while the third highlights access to diverse, credible digital platforms and communities, emphasizing alternatives to large online platforms. The fourth vision is about open and informed public debate and giving public service media a strong digital mandate, including online presence, content creation, and development of platforms. The last one emphasizes public oversight of big tech platforms and continued monitoring of the state of Nordic digital democracy. And message number 3, and the last one for today from me, is that it is important to remember that the surge in large language models such as ChatGPT and other possibilities to create synthetic text creates greater pressure on content filtering and a much bigger need for transparency. It is estimated that by 2026, 90% of the content can be actually synthetically created. Big tech companies need to adopt clear and transparent content moderation policies that prioritize accuracy and accountability with clear procedures for removing harmful content. Companies must also ensure their content moderation systems and rules are fair, transparent, and easily accessible in user language.
Okay.
And let's start.
Also way too long, needs to
Yes.
be reworked, but let's discuss the content of it.
Hello? Yeah, thank you, Peter Koch. So I'll pick on the second one, and I agree with what Sandra suggested, that this needs another editorial pass, but we have to accept that this is was the latest session, and there was little time to bear with the editor, of course. But the second in particular is just an enumeration of the points provided by the presentation, and I would feel very uncomfortable endorsing that fully, like it is suggested there, endorsing that presentation from the side of EuroDIG. So to make that a message, it would have to be different than this report from that presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so your point is basically that this was a keynote, a presentation on a specific topic, but should not be a message in itself because it was not discussed, or?
Well, the way it is framed right now, and again, I made that remark about editing times and so on and so forth, so no blame on the editor, but again, I would feel uncomfortable endorsing that keynote or that presentation and the project from the side of EuroDIG. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on that session? Not on that session, on that message? Jana is just leaving. I thought you would like to make a comment. Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like we have, at least content-wise, more or less agreed on the messages. I urge you again to participate in the commenting platform next week. They will be available early next week, and we will ask workshop organizers to submit your messages also until the 25th, which is Friday this week, and they will also be available. And on the workshop messages, there's still a little bit more flexibility because we are not discussing them here. And then hopefully by first week of July, we will have all the messages ready. First on the website, as we promised, in a new format as a matrix to read them horizontally and vertically. And then we will produce the messages as a brochure, like the ones you could see outside from the previous years. I think that with this we are coming to an end, and Thomas, I need you again to help me to thank our numerous people that helped us making that conference. Unfortunately, a couple of them, in particular from our host team, had to leave already. So the only host who is in the room is our dear Yrjö, who's also founding and EuroDIG member. Yrjö, would you like to come? Nein, so viel habe ich nicht. The EuroDIG was basically the one who had the idea of inviting us to Tampere, and he said it already on the first evening, it is his alma mater, which I could see there was almost a tear in your eyes when you mentioned that you are actually very glad that we are all here. EuroDIG, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it was a pleasure working with you and being here.
Well, it was a pleasure working with you again, and I don't know if he present from Tampere University, but my thanks to the university for accepting us here and being the host. Thank you.
Okay, please stay here. And since you just mentioned the university, we had indeed a lot of backwind from the university. You all see them here in purple t-shirts. I would like to ask all the volunteers to come to the stage. I must say, since the pandemic, there was a shift of responsibility, so the Secretariat is more or less now also in charge of, come here, take the stage, it's yours. Yes, please. So we are, as a Secretariat, rather a small group of people, also were for the first time in the position to work with such a huge team that, of course, needs to be briefed. And I must say, they understood really quickly what remote participation is. They did an amazing job in helping us, everyone, I guess, for the first time. And I heard some rumors that they might be coming back to one other EuroDIG or EuSTIG. And I hope you will enjoy a bottle of wine from the region I'm coming from. It's a very small region, but a very special one, the Meissen area. So thank you very much. And then, of course, I would also like to thank everyone from the EuroDIG Secretariat. The core of the core is not in the room, Rainer. I think he is already setting up the next meeting. But Nadja should be here, and Elisabeth. Please come to the stage. And then this year we had an extended team of Secretariat, which is Sophie, Francesco, Virginia. Please also come to... Of course, not to forget Andriana. Maybe, Andriana, if you switch on the video again, if you're still online, we make you... speaker's view on the big screen. Is Andriana still online? Ah, there she is. Wonderful. She's there. Wonderful. And I can't call them all to stage because then we couldn't hear each other anymore. So our technical team that is with us since the pandemic, we met during the pandemic because we were both in trouble. We needed someone who can do a virtual conference, and they could not do any music events more because nothing happened. So we met and we stayed for the 4th years now, and it's truly a pleasure to work with ADK Medien, also from Leipzig. Where else? And also, not to forget, it was mentioned here during the conference, who is actually taking notes all the time. This is a team of international captioners that are sitting across the world and are managed by Caption First, which has their headquarters in the US. And we are working with them also since many, many years. They are doing a great job. So thank you very much to Caption First as well. I know you can hear us. Okay, and this was it. We are a little bit late. That is untypical, but I would like to thank you for staying in the room, even for the last session, and I hope we will see each other on the next occasion, wherever that is. And I wish you a nice evening and a good journey home.
She always forgets to thank herself, which is something that she wouldn't do. So let me thank Sandra in the name of all. With her, nothing would be possible. Thank you.
always wonder. You had the